Let's go, baby! Bomb arrows to the rescue. Ah!
Yo, King.
No way! No! Oh, that assist, baby! No! Don't touch it. No! You... What did I do? I got the Cyndaquil! DGIF! Oh, Dinell, go to the fire thing. It teleports us. I trusted you! Trombone. This one is trombone. Yo, I got it! Yes! Let's go! Yeah! 24 hours done. 24 hours finished.
Oh, time to beat 23 hours, 28 minutes.
Oh my god! We did it! We did it! Oh my god! I couldn't have done it without you guys.
You guys.
Holy shit!
Wait, it went through? I gave him 50 bucks. What a loser.
What a loser.
Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam.
Okay.
3, 2, 1. 0. I like this song better than the other one. Oh. Anki, what's up? First indeed. How you doing? Nice stream with the scary game that's not scary.
Hello there.
Yo, Asta, what's up? Hi. Oh, I'm not moaning. I'm stretching.
Oh. Anyway. Today, we're gonna do some Pokemon. But it is Friday, so we're gonna play some like Fall Guys, I think. Or Mario Kart or something after Pokemon. So first I gotta get the objectives done. Beat 2 gyms and beat Team Rocket for today. And then we should be good. I'm doing good, bro. How you doing, Asta? How are the cats doing as well? And yeah, whatever, lol. It wasn't scared. It wasn't scared. You mean you weren't scared? Yeah, it wasn't scary, but I was still scared when I put the scary thing to scare you, and then it scared me a little bit. All the single ladies, all the single ladies. Is that what this is? Oh, never mind. Oh, so we have to go to basement floor 3. And then west of northeast stairs. What does that even mean? The cats are doing great and my brother visited for a little bit. Oh, very nice. Very nice. I'm trying to get some items right now that I didn't pick up before, because they might come in use later. And this is not the item I was looking for. Oh, imagine I wasn't able to fast forward. This would take forever. Okay, so this is the first floor. I have to go down. Maybe it is the portal. Oh, my character. He would turn into Michael Jackson. Bro, stop turning into Michael Jackson. There we go. There's been a fly in my room, and I can't kill it. What do I do? Any suggestions, guys? Maybe I had to take that portal. And maybe I had to take it. So, oh, there we go. Thief! We got thief! Alright. Northeast stairs. We need one more item. Lamau. What happened yesterday? I didn't watch the stream yesterday, sorry. No, it's no worries. Yesterday was my worst stream. Oh, huh? That was a random item. Yesterday was the worst stream I've had in like months. And still it wasn't even that bad. I had to ban someone, but that's not really the reason. It's because like my mind was just everywhere, bro. Like when you don't get stuff done, at least for me, if I don't get things I need to get done, I feel like shit. So today, I literally recorded and I edited a YouTube video. I made a thumbnail for it. So I'm feeling pretty good. Kill it? I don't know where it is. Oh. I found it. I wanna show you guys it. It's too small. It was on the window. I don't know where it went. I was about to show you guys, but it went away. But we basically just streamed Pokemon and then called it a night. It was like the shortest stream in a while. Thanks for the follow, Freddy Fanboy. Yay, kill it. I can't kill the fly. I don't know where it went. I don't know where it went. If I see it, I'll kill it. Or I'll try to. We kill animals here. I love how you say, yay, kill it. Freddy Fanboy. Do you play Freddy... What's that game called? The Freddy game? Where's that last item? I'm looking for Snatch. It says it's west of Northeast Stairs. West of Northeast Stairs. Bro, I'm not smart enough for that. Call it Bobby. Bobby, where are you? Bro, Bobby was like in my ear the whole time. Such a bitch. Sorry for language. Snatch west. Whoa. Whoa. There that's sleeping. Whatever. We don't need it. We're gonna leave the hideout. Gently weeps. Ah! Bobby! Fucking Bobby. But he just right past me. My guitar gently weeps. I don't know why. How do you get out of here, huh? Oh, I have to get out from here. No? I think Bobby hit me too. My leg is scratching. Wow. The reason I didn't watch yesterday's streams because I watched an hour-and-a-half video of the history of FNAF. Wait, FNAF is the scary one, right? That's the one that you found me. You found me on the FNAF stream. Bro, I hated that stream. I didn't hate that stream, but I hate that game. How do you get out of here? Oh, it's this way. It's this way. Okay. Jesus. I'm so dumb. Alright, now we could verse the gym. So, I think we could sweep with Syl. Oh, let's heal first. Yeah, it's scary. It is. I wanted to say you should play it. Wait, so what is the history of FNAF? Hasta la vista. You were devoted to... Nice. Wow. Converted. No one alerted you. I think I have to verse her, and then I'm good. Oh, no, 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 no. Wrong. No. Holy shit. Oh, I screwed that up almost. That could have been really bad. FNAF is a horror game with a lot of lore, and some of it is still unknown. That's pretty cool. Wait, this guy turns around? This asshole turns around, bro.
Don't you remember me, Jupal? Please unban me. It's me, Bug Chungus. I regret what I did yesterday. Please unban me.
Bruh. Nah, I can't, bro. Actually, I don't know, bro. Like, you're too much. I'm sorry. I gotta be more strict. Hey, who put this song? Chacaron. Let's see what Pokemon he has. Seal. Ice Shard does so much damage, bro. Jesus. Alright, he's not gonna get in the way now. I gotta pee, but I don't want to leave. Take me with you. Chacaron. Bet. Bro, I'm too dumb for this puzzle. I don't get it. I'm just gonna verse this guy. I don't even think I... Oh, I do need to. Ooh, Rock Slide. Rock Slide is better, right? 75-90. Yeah, good. He finally learned a move that's useful. What? I'm not really scared for FNAF except for FNAF 4, which is the one you played. They're getting their own movie and having a real-life restaurant? That sounds terrible. We could just Thunderbolt sweep here. Or we just did. Okay, I know how to get to him. So now we're just gonna push everyone to the... Chacaron. We're gonna push everyone to level 34. Might as well verse everyone here to get the free money. Why Swinub? Why do you have Swinub? Oh, because Pylo's on. Imagine Bobby lands on camera. Bro, that would be... I would go full cam if he landed on camera. That would be sick. I have to push everyone to level 34 now. The level cap here is 34 and then it goes up to 35. So I'm going to heal up, and then the plan here is, I think, to use Ampharos for Seal and Dugong and switch out to Quilava for Palestine. So we should, theoretically, not lose anyone right here. I might as well put everyone else in the PC. Oh, look at all our dead Pokemon. Sag. Oh.
I'm literally crying, dude. Why? I'm very sorry. Why are you rude with me? Eel won't pass the rules. I swear I'm a good boy. I regret what I did. Just please, I'm sorry. Unban me.
I'm playing Pokemon in an emulator. Desmume. So there's different emulators you could have for Pokemon. This is one of them. Desmume. So this is for DS games. It's not just for Pokemon. And then you could also get emulators for like other games too. So I have VBA, which is for like Game Boy Advance, like Emerald, Pokemon Emerald and stuff. And then I have a 3DS one for 3DS games. So I have 3 emulators for 3 different types. And then for Switch, I just have a Switch. I think I have every Pokemon game on Switch, so it's only Sword and Shield and Pokemon Brilliant and Diamond and the new one that's gonna come out. Yeah, I'm prepped. You want to see what look at what my desktop looks like? Look at that mess. This is what I see. This is what I'm looking at on one screen, and the other screen is OBS and chat. It's very messy. That's what it was. Yeah, very messy. It's all Asta's fault. Let me see. Level 32, level 33. What? Me? No, I was just joking, bro. I just wanted to say that. It be like that, dude. It be like that, dude, for sure. I love the setup, though. Right? I love it, too. I've perfected it. Or I'm pretty happy with how it's laid out. The top right for my webcam looks a bit weird, but... Oh, I want my hair to grow already. I miss having nice hair. This looks so shitty. Look at this. I don't like it. I'm just joking, Asta. Hasta la vista. You look good, man. On God. Stop lying. You're not gonna get me with those lies. What other ways there to get there? Alright. I think we're gonna win this one. I'm not lying. Well, thank you then. I look better with normal hair though. Okay. This battle is gonna be possibly either very hard or very easy. Before we do it, actually, we're gonna use rare candies, which is not cheating because technically we could grind, but it is kind of cheating also. Just pretend I'm not doing it. We're gonna use it on him. And we're gonna use it on him. Ooh, wants to learn Discharge. I don't think we need to teach this. Discharge does 80 damage. Thunderbolt does 95. It's literally a worse Thunderbolt. It takes time for hair to grow. It takes patience, you know. Bars! You will win, I believe. Cheating? What's cheating? I don't know. It's not cheating. No, you're right, Asta. I'm being impatient in a lot in life, including my hair growth. I gotta be more. I gotta be more chill. All right, let's go. We're about to beat the shit out of this old man. Oh, well, we won't do that, but we'll beat him in a Pokemon battle with Naruto music playing. Da 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 da. And he's like, come here. He's like a karate man. Who does this? Yo, the wind blew on his neck. That was cool. Okay. Here we're. Did I used the wrong guy? I actually used the wrong guy. Holy shit, I'm a dumbass. Wait, I used the wrong guy. No! I'm so dumb. I was supposed to switch to Zip Zap. It's okay, it's okay. We should be able to tank anything he has. He might use Hail. Yeah. Damn it! I could have killed him before he set up with Hail. Whatever. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. I mean, it increases evasiveness for Piloswine. So it is kind of a big deal, but it is what it is. Level cap means that I can only level my Pokemon up until that level for the next gym. So right now, I could only have level 34 Pokemon before beating this gym. If I level them higher than 34, then I can't, then it doesn't count. Yo, Dino, what's up? How you doing, bro? I feel so much better today, Dino. I literally I edited a YouTube video, and it made me feel so much better. Like, I literally feel 1000% good now. Thanks for asking. I'm doing great. How about you? Yo, we finally got Stream Elements to answer that. How did you lose Bucky on the black on the metal? Yeah, because I'm a dumbass. I was reading chat, and I wasn't paying attention, and I just used Umbreon, the dark one, against a fighting type Pokemon, and I got killed. I was too cocky. I'm doing good, bro. I'm doing good. How you doing, Dino? How you do? Piloswine. So Piloswine has Mud Bomb. Mud Bomb could kill me. I actually have to think a lot here. I didn't think he would take out Piloswine already. This is the calculations I'm doing, okay? My guy's level 34, and he has Flamethrower. Right? He has Flamethrower, but he also has Charcoal, which increases fire damage. He could do 90 to 101% damage. But if I don't one-hit KO, then I could die. Actually, I'm faster. If he hits Mud Bomb and he crits, then we lose Quilava, and pretty much we lose the run, and I have to reset all the way to the beginning. But if he hits like Mud Bomb and he doesn't crit, so I have two decisions. I either take the risk, or I change into Killer. If I change into Killer, we're probably gonna lose Killer. But it'll be less risky. So I think we're gonna change into Killer. Killer kind of sucks anyway. I just don't know how far we can make it with only 2 Pokemon. I loved that black Pokemon. Ripple Pokemon. So much math, brain hurt. True. Never get too cocky while you're in the middle of the game. It's true. Risk it? If I risk it... So, I could risk it... So, I could risk it in a smarter way. By going into... Oh, no. So, I could either sacrifice this guy, and then we're gonna get the dub, or I could risk it by pushing this guy, Sil, on the front lines. And if Piloswine crits, then we lose. Dinell says risk it. Alright, we're gonna risk it. We don't have many Pokemon, so we're just gonna risk it here. We're just gonna risk it. If he crits, we lose. Look at the HP bar. Okay, if the HP bar goes to 0, we lose. Oh! Oh, okay. No! Our accuracy fell. And my controller fell and unplugged. Oh. Shit. You love my different scenes? Thank you. Oh! Bobby is on the monitor. Bobby's on the monitor. Bobby, get out of here. I don't want to hit my monitor and smash it. God damn it. Okay. Shit. He Oh, the cable's getting all messed up. Don't kill Bobby? Okay. Now, there's another tricky thing. Our accuracy went down, which means we could possibly miss and lose. I didn't like... I don't know what... It has a 30% chance of lowering my accuracy. And it lowered my accuracy. Which means that I have a higher percent chance to miss this attack and lose. Not only that, but hitting this attack doesn't even guarantee a win. It's a range from 90 to 108%. So if this attack doesn't kill, then it's bad. I don't know if it's 50-50. I don't know the exact math, but it's bad. I would have said don't risk it if I knew that. I didn't know that. I forgot about the accuracy drop. I didn't think it would happen. It was a 30% chance of happening. What's up, Nathan? You feel happy? Hell yeah. All right, we have to not miss, and then we have to kill Piloswine. We have to do 2 things. If we don't do that, we might have to reset the whole entire run. I'm gonna go Flamethrower. We missed! No! He missed! Oh my god! What the hell? That was... Okay, that was crazy. We both missed. I can't miss again, though. Oh my god. I have to hit. It basically gives us another chance. because I missed my attack and he missed his attack. All right, let's see. We didn't miss this time. The HP bar has to go to 0. Come on. Come on. Yes! Yes! Okay. Hell yeah. That was so risky, but it worked out. Okay. Woo! Good. And the hail stopped. Let's go. Hell yeah. You found a new game? Oh, what game? Thanks for the follow, Frog. Hog indeed. Stream elements. Why being an asshole? Tower of Fantasy. That sounds kind of familiar and kind of cool. All right, we're going to change to Zip Zop here. I don't think we have a chance to lose it anymore. I think this run is strong. We could take 60% damage and then sweep, I think. Let me double check. Oh no, yeah, we're going to be good. We're going to be good here. We'll be fine. Yeah, he didn't even crit. We should be good here. That was an insane sequence. Yes. I'm a little lagged, aren't I? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, so those are moments that in Nuzlocke are really tense because it's luck-based. Part of Pokemon is luck-based. You know, I'm liking Pokemon. It's like gambling. Yeah, it's like gambling. So certain times, certain moments are like you have to plan things meticulously so that you reduce the chances of gambling. It's like Genshin. Oh, I saw an ad for it. That's why it sounds familiar, Nathan. Hell yeah. Okay. We got the gym badge. Hell yeah. So this gym badge is actually, we skipped one. If you look at the left side of the screen, we skipped one. And it's because the level cap is 1 lower than the next gym. So it's not a big deal. It's not like against the rules or anything. Now we have to verse one more gym. Gyms, basically gyms and rival battles and versing bad guy bosses of Pokemon games are the hardest things in a Nuzlocke. And trying to avoid like chance is what makes it hard. So because we lost 2 other Pokemon, it was really hard to why does it keep going on the monitor? Bobby, get away. God damn. That's what makes it, yeah. Let's go. Okay. Bobby is fly. Oh yeah, for those wondering, Bobby is a fly. It's the Iceman. Yeah, we just beat how you doing, Phoenix? We just beat the Iceman with getting very lucky. Like we could have easily lost it. But luck was on our side. Kind of like the second and third gym, luck was kind of on our side. Oh my god. That was too close for comfort though. Like we literally could have reset the whole thing like 20 hours of gameplay. For that loss. That's what makes Nuzlocke like intense. I should be able to sweep everyone in the next gym though. Inky! Phoenix! Inky! Phoenix! Sorry. An Inky! Yo, what's up, Mac? How you doing, bro? Or kill him. I don't want to kill him because then it's gonna hit the... I'm gonna break my monitor, you know? There's a fly in my room and he doesn't leave. I mean, now he can't. I locked the door, but... He's all mine. Okay. Kind of sussy Baki. Baki? Sussy Baka. Oh, this is good music. You guys could song request music if you want, by the way. There's... For those wondering, some of you we spoke like me and Dinell on the
Hello there.
On the Discord. Bobby is sus on God. about how I was like kind of down yesterday and stuff. I was just overthinking everything. Today, it was literally I just needed to edit. I needed to make content like a Pokemon video for the YouTube channel. I made the video and I feel so good right now because I feel like I can relax. I could stream this game and then we could like play Fall Guys or Gartic or whatever together afterwards, you know? So I'm feeling really good right now. I might have bipolar. I'm like on and off. If you get a green Pokemon, can you name it Pickles? If I remember, you've mentioned that before. I'll try to remember that, bro. I'm pretty good. I drew something today. Hell yeah, bro. It didn't turn out like I wanted to, but at least it's not bad. Bro, that's good on you that you went back to drawing. Sure. Show us. Oh, Inky? Oh, okay. Oh, it's okay, Ping. We get it. I wasn't talking to you, Inky, but, you know, it's okay. You're doing good, Mac? Hell yeah. What games have you been playing lately, bro? If you get Jigglypuff, continue the Mac at Legacy. I can't get Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff is Gen 1, right? In this Nuzlocke, I'm only catching Gen 2 Pokemon. Damn, Pink. I'm just joking. Sorry, Inky. Not sorry. I'm done with saying sorry. I'm done with that.
Are you a Pokemon streamer or you do more games? I'm new.
Why can't I? Oh, I know why. I think I found my new addiction. The tower game. Superstitions. What is this version? Why don't I see TTS? Probably because I banned you so often that Twitch is just not showing your messages anymore. That would be my guess. A lot of Pokemon. If it's Frog, it's you know who. Yeah. I don't know who did the TTS, but I'm guessing it's you know who. Sing in the rain. All right. Let's do this. Oh, cries. Yeah, sorry. Next Nuzlocke, though. If I could have a Jigglypuff. Or we could name a new Pokemon after you, Mac. La vida loca. PP, I think I found my new addiction. Yeah? Nice. If it's Frog, I've been playing more Roblox than anime games. Oh, what anime games? Have you played, Wait, I know some of the anime games you played. Oh. So the cool thing here is I think we could sweep with our starter here. So this battle won't be. He wants to learn Lava Plume? Oh. Lava Plume is literally a worse flamethrower. Okay. We should be able to take this one out very easily. Go for it. Aw, they're so nice. Giggle. I know how capable you are. It's time you showed that side yourself to Jasmine. Thank you. Let's go, Jasmine. The easiest gym battle ever. Hopefully. Hopefully I don't screw this up. I don't think I could screw this up. I won't screw this up. Oh, if I screw this up, this is not good. Oh, okay. I think we could just flamethrower everything. Lamau.
You can do it!
Pirate Warriors 4, AOT Freedom, and some Mugen. Oh, nice. Nice. It feels so good to play a game like Genshin that's not Genshin. Hell yeah. Genshin got a bit old, yeah? Easy. Steelix is her ace. So if we one-hit KO it, it's literally... Bro, I'm gonna dab on stream if we one-hit KO it. Like, that means this is a very easy battle. Which, I think I ran the calculations. We should be able to one-hit it. Yep. That's an easy dub right there. Easy. Easy peasy. I drop-kicked that child in self-defense. Huh? You drop-kicked a child? Opinion obliterated. Properly tempered steel. Shut up, Jasmine. You literally suck. You're the worst gym leader I've gone up against today. Or, like, in this game so far. Like, you're literal trash. You're trash. I have 3 Pokemon. You have 3 Pokemon, but you have 3 trash Pokemon. Get out of my face. Anyway. This feels like a YouTube video. I'll take that as a compliment. You're a better trainer than me in both skill and kindness. I will give you this badge. Let's go. Wait, where's our badge? There we go. Boom. See, now we could raise Pokemon to level 41. Which is good, because we're going to have to verse a lot of Pokemon. It was. Thank you for the compliment. Please take this too. What is she giving me? Iron Tail. Iron Tail's actually pretty good. I might end up putting it on someone. Bro, I'm literally gonna talk to Twitch to get you permanently banned off of Twitch. Genshin was not getting boring. I just finished everything I can. Oh. Technoblade reference? Oh. I like... Wait. Oh, no, I don't really know Technoblade. I thought you said Tectone for a second. Who plays Genshin? Froggy is a ban evader. It's someone who keeps coming in and trying to avoid a ban. Rip Techno. Yeah, I never really knew him, so I don't care. But yeah, Rip Techno. I mean, Rip Techno. Like, anyone who dies, especially young, it sucks. But no, Nathan wasn't here for that yesterday, Inky. Nathan doesn't know.
Hello there.
Oh no, I'm Joe. I Rip Techno.
Hello there.
What's up, Rave? What's up, Timmy? How you doing, guys? Is that guy? Yeah, is that guy. Lemphao. What you mean you know how who? Oh my god, I don't want to talk about him. He's a guy that was being a bit annoying, so I timed him out. Then he said, "Why'd you time me out?" And I told him why, and he's like, "That wasn't a good reason." So then I banned him accidentally, and then he's like, "Well, why'd you ban me?" And I was like, "Oh, it was an accident." And then he's like, "You have to say sorry 10 times." And then I'm like, "What?" And so I just perma banned him. Okay. He's a poopy stinky, exactly. Stinky inky. Okay. Drove in my car. I love the song. We're gonna heal up now after that fascinating battle, and we're gonna take on Team Rocket, baby. But before we take on Team Rocket, we're gonna go to Route 43 to get Sludge Bomb, which is potentially gonna be useful later on in the game. Ew, Stinky Inky is ewy. Can you tell me their username? Sure, but I banned them, so you don't have to worry about them popping in. They just keep making new accounts. Yeah, the Chungus dude. He keeps making new accounts and coming back though. So it's very, very annoying. You'll never be back on this channel. Okay, if you're watching right now. Like, you don't know the right way to go about anything. So I'm sorry, but you deserve it. Wait, did I get Sludge Bomb already? I might have gotten it already. If he wants to waste time, that's on him. He'll keep getting banned. True. I'd give up after the second account. He made like 3. It literally, I'm dumb. I shouldn't have banned that person I just banned, because I wasn't sure if it was them. But I know how to find out if it's them from now on. So yeah, it was him. IP ban? How do you IP ban? That's such a good point. See when their account was made? Yeah, that's what I just did. The account was made 14 minutes ago. Block them on Discord, Inky. Why do you call a Jewish Pokemon trainer? What? We're gonna make sure that we have Sludge Bomb now. Sludge Bomb. It looks like we don't. So we're gonna go get Sludge Bomb. And then we're gonna go into Team Rocket get up, which will be cool. Ash. That's a good one. Oh, how do you IP ban? Bro. Sorry, bro. Sorry, not sorry. Oh, that's probably where Sludge Bomb is. It's good. This is a learning experience, so I could learn how to IP ban people. If you know, you know. Fuck you, bruh. I cry like you. Sludge Bomb, Sludge Bomb. I could have literally gone through that instead of doing all that. This is a max ether. You can't say it on stream? Oh. There should be an easy way to IP ban. Damn it. Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball. Ah! No, he could kill me. He could literally kill me. Oh, I could have played my cards so bad there. So I gotta pay attention to the game, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, ladies and gentlewomen. Shadow Ball, we're gonna get you. Alright, DM me, Timmy, if that's okay. Where are you, Shadow Ball? Where? I might need Surf. What do you call a flying Jew? Smoke. All right, bro. That one was obvious. It's okay. He's trying to make the guy that got banned not pop up anymore. You get it? Ban? Should I ban Dinell? No, that's funny. If it's about Jews, it's okay because I'm Jewish. If it's about Mexicans, it's okay because he's Mexican. If it's about anyone else, then it's still okay because it's just a joke, but it's not okay because I'm streaming. It was funny. No, it's not funny, bro. Damn. Smoke rap. All right, let's go, let's go, let's go. It is kind of funny. I mean, the Ash was funny. This one was too obvious, you know? I think I gotta Surf. We're gonna Surf. We're gonna pick up Shadow Ball, and we're gonna turn into Team Rocket, baby. Hell yeah. Fuck, I did not want to verse this guy. Why is it all water types? What is my bow? Na, 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 na. Na, na. I literally skipped all these trainers on purpose. Why do Jews have big noses? Did you know I'm part Hispanic? No way, bro. Everyone in chat is Hispanic. I swear to Jesus. I just attract the Hispanics. Which is kind of cool. Except Timmy. Why do Jews have big noses? Because air is free. Wait, I don't get it. Is it a money joke? I'm not Hispanic though? Okay, good, Asta, good. I'm just joking. I love all my viewers. Jesus? That's me. Do I say Jesus that often? Damn, sorry then. It's not funny. Oh, okay, it's funny.
Hello there.
Hey, Akhlai! How are ya? How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. You have COVID? Oh, shit. Not doing that well then. ZZ. Damn, are you feeling okay-ish? Oh my god, we got a black apricorn. Where is the... There's no Where's the shadow ball? Where's the ball? Did I lie to myself? What's going on? See, it doesn't feel like a YouTube video anymore because I'm dumb now. You know what? Sludge Bomb, not Shadow Ball. Where is Sludge Bomb SoulSilver? I had COVID 3 days. Oh, that's good. I thought that was, you know who, for me too. Yes, now, but I was really sick for like a week. Aw. Now my nose just stopped. Look at these muscles! How you doing, Chimmy? I hope you get better soon. That sucks. Oh my god, Chimmy. I freaking love that song. I honestly swear to Jesus I love that song. Swear to Inky, because Inky is Jesus. Okay, where is this? Where? How dumb am I that I'm missing this? Where is it? Oh my god, can you be any slower? You gotta talk to the guy. I would have never done that. I literally would have never done that. Oh my god, internet, thank you for existing. Oh, I'm so dumb. No. He used me in vain. It's okay. I confused Chimmy with Buck Chungus. Hey, don't do that. My mom had COVID 3 times only because she's a nurse. What a loser. I'm just joking. That sucks. We're like traumatized by this guy. You see, I show love by being an asshole. You want me to extreme stretch? Wait, let me get this. Yo, let's go! Let's go! We got Sludge Mob, baby! Oh! It doesn't make me uncomfortable. Not. It made the guy feel uncomfortable. I don't make anyone feel uncomfortable, right? I'm your biggest fan. No, you're not. If you're here in 2 years, then I'll consider it. But as of now, I would say you're not my biggest fan. Let's go. What's up, BK? I got you, Akhlai. Dislocate your limbs. Oh, I'm doing it. Oh. Bouquet. Braka. Hoy. 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 How are you? Why are you asking Stream Elements how they are, bro? BK is right here, and you're just being a meanie poo. A meanie poo. You're being a meanie poo. It's kind of messed up. We're gonna go to Golden Run. Bet. 2 years? Bet. You're gonna regret those 2 years. Does that mean I'm PP's biggest fan? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know, bro. How do you define biggest fan? I wouldn't say being here the longest is... I would say that is close to being my biggest fan if you're here the longest, actually. Because that shows that you're here even when you hate being here. Which is dedication. I look... You're tired from exams? Aw. There that's sleeping. While my guitar gently weeps. PP Masters. Hell yeah. That guy's... Ping, how do you get a Jewish girl's number? I'm the biggest fan. You're 7 feet tall? You roll up her... Bro. Don't make those jokes, okay? I don't know if ZZ is okay with those jokes. ZZ is Jewish. If ZZ is okay, then it's fine. Oh, Timmy. You know what's crazy? Half of chat is like freaking monsters, bro. You guys are super tall. It's crazy. You're 20 feet, so you're 20 feet off the ground when you're... Never mind. When you're jumping off a building, I don't know. That's messed up. Where am I? I gotta go to a radio tower. Gently weaves. Show her your savings account. Bro, am I gonna make an anti-Semitic chat? Let's go. I'm just joking. When you're 5 months, I will turn your mother into celery. Okay, ZZ's fine. Never mind. You're only 5'3"? Oh. This song's so good, Phoenix. Okay. That makes me feel better. Thank you, Asta. I like your mediumist fan. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really... Listen. I like everyone who's here that I didn't ban. So, you guys are all chill. I don't know why. You're 53 feet? Wow. Yeah, I'm so excited to see Dinell. He's so short that he could suck without Ben. Never mind. What is this? You are only allowed when you're wearing the cool black uniform. Oh yeah, I have to go get the black uniform from Team Rocket. Points aren't working. Sag. What were you trying to redeem? Try to refresh, maybe? Huh? Okay, you guys like these jokes. Maybe I'll continue making these types of jokes. I was scared for a long time that I was like too far, but maybe I'll just do it. I grew it myself. Wait, you're 5'3". I thought you were 7 foot. You lied. Moan. Oh. I know for a fact that my little sister is going to be taller than me by the time I get out of high school. I mean, you're still in the growing phase of life, so you should be okay. You're still the tallest. You are. You mad tall, bro. You very, very tall. I think you're the tallest. Where's the thing to go? Here it is. Oh my god, you guys are so annoying. What hat do you want, Timmy? PP hat. You like PP hat. I gotta make it merch already. I dabble in lying sometimes. Let's go. I keep it 99. I'm 5'10". I'm 5'10 and a half, so I'm kind of cooler. It wasn't me this time. I know it's 2 hats. I was thinking of which hat to put, okay? I put it in whatever order I want because it's the same time. All right, let us fart. So right now we're going to get into makeup. No! I'm in the disappointing stage of life. Aww. Are you? I thought you are 69 inches. 69 inches, that's how big your pee-pee is. Ah! My little sister's almost as tall as me. She's over halfway tall, and she's 5. Jesus. That is crazy. What is this song? Okay. Let's do it. Huh? Are you a newcomer? We had to recruit new members for the mission. We ran out of uniforms. What a dumbass. Bro, I'm not part of Team Rocket. You idiot. You should get fired. Look at that. I look so hot, though. I'm not even gonna lie. Is there anything here? Oh. I need a pee-pee hat, not gonna lie. Hell yeah, I gotta make pee-pee hats, bro. My sister bought this for me for my birthday from Etsy or something. I don't know if I could, you know, get it actually made. How many nanometers is your pee-pee? Bro, you're too young. I can't answer that. I'm 87 years old. No, you're 87 years young. It's my Driving in SoCal song. Oh, nice. I forgot what SoCal means. Yeah, I'm Team Rocket. Steal her money. Get out of my way. Bro, I want to beat her up, bro. Yo, what's up, bro? Yo, they love me. You don't appear scary enough. Make a scarier face and say yee. Yee. I did it, guys. Why do I moan with everything I say? You're 420? Can I have your secret stash of money you keep under the floorboards? If I had it, I would give it to you. At what age does a kid reach half their height? I don't know. My school is supposed to start on Wednesday, but I have COVID. Let's go. That means you could stick around here longer. I was just joking. That sucks. I'm 5'2" shades young. Aw. South calories? SoCal. No, it's California. It's South California. Oh. South Carolina. No, it's California. Wait, at 3 years old, you're half your height? I don't know if that's true. All right. We're going to put him first. There's a lot of Pokemon we're going to have to verse here. You must be new. You look pretty good. Go on ahead. Oh, thank you, sir. You idiot Shanks! Huh? Are you Ping? What are you doing here, step bro? No way. You think you're strong, so now you look like them? You shouldn't wear that. You dumbass. He literally just undressed me. It's kind of hot, but like... Little hands. Ooh, this song sounds nice. What is this? Little noses. I'm half my own height. Huh? What does that even mean? It's really painful. You don't have to say Lamau every time you laugh out loud, but I appreciate it. I actually appreciate it. All right, thanks for the lurk. Bye-bye, Hanky. Yo, my little sis, tallest in her grade, long chicken legs. While I get that bread. Bro, I'm listening to the song now, really? And now you look like a bot. Lamau, Lamau, Lamau. It's a wonderful world. This song is so good, even though it's talking about me and I'm a short person. I'm surprised Chimmy put this. This is a song that well, I gotta write this down. This sounds beautiful. This is a song that Nathan would put. Smell so low. Hello, Mao. Only laughing one half off because I'm saving the rest for later. Ooh, is it because you're Jewish, so you're trying to like save? Like, you have a question? What's up? You said my name. Oh, how tall were you at 3, Ping, versus now? I don't know, bro. I was short. I guess half my size, actually. Laughing half my ass off. What happens to the other ass? It's just like drooping down. You are too powerful. I have to inform the others. I see you're trying to be sneaky. Ah ha ha. Bye. I'm gonna go versus Lance. You idiot. My question was why you short. I'm not short, bro. I'm regular height. I'm above average height, okay? I'm average pee-pee size, but I'm above average height. It dances? Your other ass dances? Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, I think I could avoid all of these trainers. Bing bong. Bing bong. Okay, I can't avoid all of these trainers. I lied. And has a girls' night out. Bing bong. No, I'm short. You're short? Oh, no, you're short. I'm not short, bro. You're just tall. Stop it. Stop it. Welcome to your life. This is like literally the perfect music. I mean, you short, you nub. Yeah, I love this song too. This is a classic. Wait, I think I could get something here. Maybe not. Bro, this guy literally just looks the other way. What a dumbass. Bye.
Smash or pass the green M&M.
M&M as in the eating M&M? I would smash. If it makes you feel better, my friend Kit Kat is 410. Why is your friend named Kit Kat? I'm more confused on that than anything else. Bro! Bobby, get out of here! Oh my god. Bobby the Fly, bro, is like an asshole. Sorry. I meant Eminem. Yeah, I would smash. We should sing this at karaoke, Danelle, if you want to. And if Bina wants to. You can't be anti-Semitic if you hate everyone's equally. Bro, he's on my other monitor. Get out! Why must I have big-ass fingers? Bobby's annoying. It's okay, bro. Big fingers means... I don't know what that means, actually. Damn it, Bobby. Bobby's mad annoying. Buble. Booby the Fly. Alright, this is a boss battle, guys. Boss battle! So I'm gonna have to be careful, but not really. I think he has shitty-ass Pokemon. Because he's a shitty-ass Pokemon trainer. So we're gonna try to Thunderbolt our way through. Oh! Wait, no, our Pokemon's gonna evolve. Wait, we're literally gonna evolve Sil. Let's use Sil. Should we evolve him now? Now, we have to verse the least amount of trainers as possible. It means wink wink. Why is everyone so horny lately? Don't you dare, PP. I will kill Bobby. I feel like Bobby's on me, too. Do you hear me? I am the director. You are not. You're a liar. I watched a speed run and I saw you're a liar. It's you again, Pink? No. I was pretending to be the director. This time I won't hold back. Oh, kind of sussy. Ugly-faced man comes back. Look at his face, bro. You gotta get a better face. I don't have the button to zoom in on faces at the moment, but... You're Honey? Who's Honey? Damn, after COVID, everyone stayed indoors too long. Africa is a cool place. It's gonna be easy fight. No gambling here. Unless they have Explosion. If they have Explosion, we're screwed. I don't think any of his Pokemon have Explosion, though. Explosion basically kills yourself. Like, I was about to say something racist, but I stopped myself.
You can do it!
And, thank you. And but it deals a lot of damage to the other player. Smokescreen. She loves Kit Kats, so her nickname is Kit Kat, and my nickname is Carrot, but I don't eat carrots. I prefer CJ. Oh yeah, you did say you prefer CJ, but I say Asta. I'm sorry. I said don't you dare because what you said about my fingers. Oh, my bad, my bad. If he uses self-destruct, oh he doesn't. Good. Don't make the joke. Don't make the joke. I'm not. It's okay. I gotta be careful. Don't hurt Booby the Fly. I will Bubby. Bubby is grandma, right? Bubby. This guy has the stupidest Pokemon I've ever seen in a Pokemon game. He's a leader of he's one of the leaders of a bad guy team, and he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He has 5 Coughings. He has 5 of the same Pokemon, the same exact level, the same moves, I think even. Why? What's the purpose? He's just on gas all the time? I don't get it. When I see Bobby, I'm gonna slap him like with my hand, and he's gonna get very mad. It's Yiddish. That's the only word I know. I'm not Ashkenazi. I'm not Ashkenazi either. Ashkenazi? Anyway. I missed. Damn it. No? Oh, sorry. Oh, that did so much damage! And poisoned me. Okay, Coughing's actually kind of scary. I was hoping we could evolve our starter before going into a rival battle. Things I never had. Why is it poisoning me? It's supposed to have like a 30% chance or something to poison. Not a 100% chance. He's anti-Semitic. Beat him. I will. Can you say Snoop? Snoop. CJ is just my signature name. My real name, but I bet you can't guess it. Christian James. That's your name. Blend W. Oh my god, that was actually bad. We just why is poisoning? Why is it doing so much damage? It does like 20 damage. Are we deeply poisoned? Wait, badly poisoned could do more damage every turn. Critical hit. Okay, good. Carl Johnston. I'm a girl, by the way, y'all. Oh, you are? Have I been saying he? I'm so sorry, Asta. There's so many viewers that are women. I have to like, I apologize. I try to be good with that usually, but I messed up there. My bad. Okay, I don't think it's badly poisoned because we're not taking that much damage. Carly Jens. Zip zap. Zip zap. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Get out of here, Coughing. For you. Oh, yes. Oh, no. No. Killer went to level 36. You thought I was a boy? Because Asta is a boy character from that show. That's why. I'm just going to start assuming every new viewer that I don't know the gender of or whatever is a girl. Because it ends up being true majority of the time. Jokes I've heard come out of the mouths of my Jewish internet friends on all Jewish DC servers, just pure insanity. Okay, so you're fine with us saying shit. You're so confused. Asta girl. Pasta boy. Dinal girl. Nathan boy. Achlai girl. Inky boy. There you go. I'm a nice guy. Here, take the key. Oh, that is actually pretty nice of him. Thank you, sir. We stashed the director in the warehouse. The hell's wrong with them? Yo, Sonic, what's up, bruh? Wait, Inky is what? I'm just joking, bro. I said it on purpose. Inky is girl. Phoenix boy. There's too many people. I wasn't gonna say everyone. You were so close to my name. I'm panicking now. Oh shit. Ashkenazi means white people. Jews from Europe, basically. There's two groups of Jews, largely. One is from Europe. One is from Spain. There are others, though. Like, I'm Mizrahi, which is more from Middle East. And then I don't know what the fuck Akhla is, bro. I don't know what Finnish Jews are. So I guess that's Europe. So, but no. Wait, no, it's not. I don't know. Because she said she's not Ashkenazi, so. What do you mean, boy? I'm no boy. I'm a giant. Sumimasen. I've been desensitized now? Nice. I am, too. I thought Liam has the biggest female audience, but it may be you. Right? What did I miss yesterday's stream? Great question. We lost Umbreon and Stantler because I'm a dumbass. But we beat the 5th gym. I used Umbreon against the fighting gym. I got cocky. I wasn't paying attention to the game. And that's pretty much all that happened. And then we beat the 6th and 7th gym today. And we have to beat our rival and 3 bosses. And then we're going to go to variety games for tonight. We got so lucky on the 6th gym. If you want to check out stuff that you missed during a stream, like keep a VOD on the background or whatever, you could check out the VOD's channel. I update it pretty much every day after stream. I put the stream up on the VOD's channel. So this song is super loud. Ow! It's a Jewish diaspora group. Krim Karaya. Oh yeah, you told. Yeah, so you said you were like ethnic Finland, right? But I don't know for Jew. There you go, Jimmy. My first name's a rare name, so no one's really gonna guess it anyways. Oh, okay. There's a guy I work with, and that's his last name. Oh, you're related to Bukharis? Oh, I know a lot of Bukharis. I know a lot of Bukharis in New York. Bukharis and Azerbaijanis and Gorskis don't get along. I'm Gorsky. I don't know if you know what Gorsky means. What is pin? Oh, pin! I should make a pin command. You're so smart. This is why you're a mod. You're so smart. You guessed my last name right? Not the first? Oh, shit. Rare name? I got it. Adolf? Part of my family's Karillion? Yeah, the Karillion. You know Gorsky? What? Just 2 gyms to go. No, 1 gym. The last thing is the Elite Four. That's what's there. We have 1 gym to go. We got the 6th and... I'm sorry, I misspoke. We got 7 gyms. We got the 6th and 7th gym today, and we got the 5th yesterday. So tomorrow we should be getting close to the Pokemon League. And then if I stream this tomorrow, I might do Poke MMO and other games. I'm not sure yet. Mama told me when I was young, she said, fuck you, you're so dumb. My mama hates me, 'cause I'm a Jew. She said, fuck you. Okay, we got a super potion and get the hell out of here before our Pokemon die. This is actually intense. If we run out of super potions, they could die. For some reason, putting in rare candies takes away every other item we have. Oh, we could use Pecha Berries. Never mind. It's not intense. My name starts with a C. Just ready for the Elite Four and Champion Leader. Yeah, we're gonna need to build a team. We only have 3. We only have 3 people on our team right now. Kind of man, someone of an understand. Simple. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. It's okay. We're gonna evolve Syl now. We need to evolve him before the next Oh, okay. Get your butt. We're gonna take this item. I wish on Fantasy and got an SR. Nice. We're related to Gorski as well. Yo, that's so cool. Wait, we might actually be related to each other then. That's crazy, ZZ. That's actually crazy. Cultural dress is kind of similar to Gorski's. I bet weddings are like pretty much the same. Simple kind of man. All right. Let's go. He's going to evolve. I think he evolves level. Let's go. Let's go. We needed this evolution. We need these two Pokemon to carry our team. Long lost cousins. Yeah. Are you feeling better today? I'm feeling 1000% today. Yeah. Thank you, bro. Sorry if I went off a bit early. I ended up going back to the chat and talking a lot. I think I got like a YouTube video done today, and I got some other stuff done that I needed to get done, and that just made me feel much better. So I feel good now, you know? Excuse me. Be satisfied. Simple kind of man. We gotta change the guy down there now. He's Typhlosion. How do you spell Typhlosion? There we go. The Elite Four is gonna be insane. I don't know how the hell we're gonna beat the Elite Four. Be a simple man. I could sing this song. It's like in my voice range or whatever. We pray on our knees and there's Talit in the weddings for Quran. Quran? Quran? Oh yeah, we have. Oh, I don't think we do Talit in weddings. Use this song when you lose a Pokemon. I should. Say. Septa, statistic. Snoop Dogg. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, there's a lot of battles that we're gonna have to do right now. The first battle is against our rival. We have something to counter all but one of his Pokemon, so it should be okay. We'll see what happens. Carl Johnson. That is so close to my name, but I have 5 letters. Yo, Papuli Pamari, what's up? How you doing? I feel like I haven't heard your voice in so long. I gotta join VCs with you. How's life? We're the ones who read. Oh, to read in Hebrew because we follow the written Torah only. See, I recognize the word, but I didn't remember. Doctor, what's up? Pingu. Pasta that has to be Carly, not Carly. You got 3 SRs? Nice. Debil. You know what's funny? Debil in Russian means idiot. So you just called Dinel an idiot. Which, you know, I don't blame you. It's just funny. Debil. 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 Well, I always read it as Debel. Debel. Cancel. Is cancel your name? It fits too well. Debil. Dinel fits well because it's like your actual name. We'll let you go. Will I stay or should I go? All right, now we're going to verse a rival. Okay, we can lose a We could lose a Pokemon, but I don't think we will. We have to verse a rival, then we have to verse another guy, then we have to verse another guy. Well, those will be easy. But then we have to verse bosses, and the bosses have a high-level Pokemon. So that's going to be a little scary. Off your back. Let me go. We might not verse the bosses today, actually. We'll see. Oh no, Dinel's here. You remembered. I requested a song by Prince called Get Off. Nice. Get Off. It's kind of sussy baka if you ask me. All right, where's the other thing? There should be another tunnel somewhere. I'll be tunnel. Let me go. I think we have to go here now. I mean, I don't think. I know. The hint is that I do have the car. Carolina. Carolina Reaper. You see, you're debil, bro. You can't spell quote. I'm just joking. I was on the all-Jewish DC server, and one guy straight up just said he doesn't want the third temple to happen, and I almost choked because I was laughing so hard. You see, I just don't care about being religious that much. I have the Jewish tag to force people in here and stick around. Like, I care about being ethnically Jewish, I guess, but I don't really care much about the, like, the text and stuff. But I also don't, like, hate on people who do care about it. Carrie, Carla. Yeah, I get that. Yeah. Wait, I went in the wrong place, and I got a pee-pee. Do I pee-pee or do I hold it in? Do I pee-pee or do I hold it in? Kimono Girl. Team Rocket members in black suits have been running around. Never mind, I must go now. A Karen with a C. Do I pee or do I not? Do I pee or do I not? Right before the rival battle. Right before the yeah, Buck, you died. Buck, you and Umbreon, the black one, died yesterday. The black one. I forgot its name. That's why I said the black one. I actually don't really want people to know my name. Can you add a pee reward? What if I don't need to pee? Do I just force myself to pee? I'm gonna go pee-pee. I'm gonna go pee-pee. Oh no, this is the Prince song. You might have to put it again. I'm sorry. Look, when I had a sexy head of hair. I missed that, bro. I missed that. Now it looks like shiitake mushrooms, bro.
Hi, I'm new.
Now it looks like shiitake
Misha
mushrooms.
Krabrov. Hello. Как дела, Misha?
I got you. I don't know who that is. Is there a way to... I don't know why, but... On OBS, it looks good. Bro, how do you do this? Where do you go for battle royale? Is it competitive?
You want me to send it to you?
Yeah, you send it.
I mean, well, we'll just do this one.
Am I striking her because she's a woman? Yes. But don't clip that. I was just joking. Holy. I'm joking. To be honest, like, I think I've realized this recently with Dino. You didn't even fix the bald spot? Bro, is it actually... What the hell? Oh, this is not good, bro. Bro, that is not good. That is not good. Bro, I'm 25, bro. Like, my dad is bald. Like, 30 seconds. I think it's time to create a moment. 89. Okay, well. Just 5 minutes left. Okay, the music will continue. Please someone continue. I'm making a video for y'all and I need to finish it. Nice. Garlic Ayo. I'm back. I like the song from what I've heard. For the first Elite Four, we'll use Psychic types, use Ghost or Dark. That's the sad thing, bro. I'm such an idiot that we lost Umbreon. So, I don't know how many more Pokemon we have access to before the next gym. Before the Elite Four. We literally only have 3 Pokemon. I'm gonna have to plan a lot. Kari was the closest. Why would you say that? Can you add a P word that just makes a P sound? Oh, that would make me want to pee, but that sounds like a good alert. Alright, I'll add it. P alert Fart one, I'm not gonna add. Yo, thanks for the bit, bro. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You seem more like a Carly. Same. Carly Repson, isn't that like a actress from some show? All right, time to verse our stupid ass rival. Hopefully we don't lose. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-da. There he is. Stupid ass rival.
Hold it. What I told you before was to deceive you. He never showed up. I was planning to beat you after Lance, but I'm gonna beat you now.
Okay, bro, okay. Harley Ray Jepsen, not Repson. Oh. Understand that's not my name? They call me Stacy. That's not... No! Oh, this battle's gonna be so annoying. Please don't miss. Please don't miss. Don't miss. Don't miss. Don't miss. Don't miss. Don't... No, you idiot! You hit yourself! I mean, I said don't miss. I meant don't hit yourself. Yes! He got staticked. Okay, we were able to... Might find a ghost or dark type. Bro, you don't get it. Bobby! Get away! You guys don't get it. I can only catch Gen 2 Pokemon, and it's a Nuzlocke, so I can only catch the first Pokemon in each route. And I could only level them up to a certain level. It makes Pokemon much harder. So we had a beautiful team of like 5, and then I lost 2 of them because I was a dumbass. But now it's okay. Why'd you put him that? No. You're fine, Sonic. You're fine. Okay, please hit for alligator. Good. Rosie, what's up? If she goes to the gym, then Carly Rae Jepsen gets her reps in. Oh, bars. That was mad good bars too. All right, this battle's gonna be easy. I missed y'all. Missed you too. We're glad to hear that it went well. Well, they had to cancel a day early, right? But at least you got to perform for fam. I said call me maybe. Oh! Did you record it? Well, you're not going to show us even if you did, right? Alright, I'm going to change to Sil here. Your name, what happened? Faint attack. I think we should be able to tank that pretty easily. Okay. A little more damage than I'm happy with, but... Yeah, Chimmy is great. Butter happened. Wait, is Dragon type? Yes, Dragon type gym is next. We're not going to verse it today. We're either going to do it tomorrow or Monday. I'm still unsure of how I want to do weekends. But because there's a lot of trainers we got to get through today. Oh no, we're definitely not going to do the 8th gym today because I just haven't prepped for it, so. Hi, Dukter. Was guessing my name Rosie. Oh. No, Dinelle was saying Rosie because Rosie is here. Wait. Rosie? I'm so confused. The whole ass was laughing. Let's go. I missed Oh shit. Let me think here. I don't know what moves Hunter has. Hunter could actually screw us up. So I'm actually gonna look this up for this. This is the only Pokemon I'm not sure exactly what I should do. We might be able to get a Pokemon. We might be able to get Heracross tomorrow if we get really lucky. It's a 30% chance. In a new route, but okay. We have Cyndaquil. It has Confuse Ray, Shadow Ball, Mean Look, and Curse. Shit. So if he Mean Looks us, that basically means we can't escape. And then he could use Curse, which does damage to us every turn. And then Confuse Ray. This is really dangerous. So I have to do some calculations here to see how much damage he would do with Shadow Ball. I don't know what that means. It is Carly, but she won't admit it. I'll allow it. Your butt's face. Oh, Butter has 030 in her name. That's why. I won't be on stream on Monday because of school. Sag. Sag. I will make videos on YouTube, and VODs will be up on YouTube, but that is Sag. I mean, I'll still be streaming tomorrow and Sunday, but you can have it, but don't eat it though. It's mine still. He got really close. Oh, I see. Your butt has a face. I'm losing my brain cells right now. You could say your first name if you want. I don't think that's a big deal, but okay. Shadow Ball on Ampharos will do 30% damage. Okay. How about on Typhlosion? It'll do 30% damage. Okay. Bing bong. Moog, what's up? Fair, but to me, you're a Carly. 30% damage. So if he crits right now, he could do 60% damage in total. And the amount of damage we could do is 100% damage. I was worrying about this for no reason. This is a one-hit KO. I didn't know. Do now mind your own business. No. Alright, that was easy. That was easy. Okay, rival battle gone. Shanks, get the f out of here. Why do I lose? Because you suck. Because you suck. I beat you with like 2 Pokemon essentially. Is this what? Do I need to trust my Pokemon? I don't understand. I'm not going to give up on my dream of being the world's best. All right, bro, get out of here. Shanks is like one of the world's best, though.
You can do it.
Thank you, ZZ. How are you, Ping? Yesterday, I was doing pretty bad, which is rare. I'm usually pretty good. And today, I'm 1,000%. Like, I'm good. I'm like, oh, I'm good. I just slept 30 extra minutes. Nice. It's nice to see you, Moog. I know I started streaming early, and that screwed it up for you. So I really appreciate you being here. As I appreciate everyone being here. Carrie was the closest, and you think my name's Carly, my gosh. So it's Carly. C-A-R-L-E, yeah? I redrew a character I drew back in March. It looks kind of different. I think that's going to happen a lot. There was, like the One Piece artists, like manga artists, their characters and their artistry changes with time. So I don't think that's a bad thing. Throwing me off the trail won't work. Hey, Katie, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome back, Inky.
Hello there.
I guess you won't know my actual name other than Carly. I guess not. Would you? Yeah, Rosie. No, you saw it. I'm dumb. Wrong tool. What are you doing? Yeah, Rosie, I'm so dumb. Umbreon and Stantler died. I used Umbreon against the fighting gym. Yo, guys, go check out Katie. I actually don't know what type of stuff you stream, but it looks like Animal Crossing. What else do you stream? But you seem pretty chill. Don't shout out multiple times, bro. Why you guys do this? Janelle, you could allow Nathan to shout out if he's in chat. He's always on top. Oh, you messed up. That was funny. But in this case, it's okay. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Are you gonna play Mario Kart or something at some point? No, it's not gonna be only Pokemon. I think basically we're doing only Pokemon in the beginning of the streams and then going over to other games afterwards, like Fall Guys, Gartic Phone, Mario Kart, stuff like that. So we're gonna go to that after this. We just gotta get our objectives for Pokemon done first. The character in question is a wolf. Oh, is it the bad guy wolf? He looks more cartoony. Oh, okay. Sorry for missing chat. You played Roblox. I want to play Roblox. You're tired? Oh. You got pizza? I'm jealous. That stream there was an old one? Everyone says that when there's clips. For those wondering what we do here, we play Pokemon. and variety stream. So if you like the vibes, chill. Come chill. We're doing a hardcore Nuzlocke
Monkey
now. It's
do
really
okay.
hard.
Monkey do pretty okay.
Why do I do only okay?
I guess.
Do you know who Anna Banana? No, I don't think so. Maybe if I looked at logs. Same, to be honest. Look at y'all being... I'm sorry, Rosie. Umbreon is like my Pokemon. No! Umbreon was like one of our best Pokemon too, and it was bulky. That's why I was playing very dumb. I wasn't thinking. That was my worst mistake in the Nuzlocke so far. It sucked. It literally sucked. But the good news is we survived the next gym, or we survived some battle that was really intense earlier today because of luck. So that happened. Anna Banana. Just asking because they're number 10 on the... Oh. Listen, let's not talk about people who lurk. They keep the stream going. They don't want to talk, they don't want to talk. And if they're a bot, I'll figure it out later. And I'll delete them. But yeah. I'm gonna go. I'm eating dinner right now. Okay, enjoy, Asta. It was nice getting to know almost your name. Have a good one. It wasn't the bad guy wolf, it was a different wolf. Oh, okay. Okay. Alright, so now we basically have to go to the basement, which is where I always am, because I'm a streamer. And we gotta verse some bad guys. Katie, what games do you usually stream? 200 more points till 69? You're insane. I can't believe you almost have 69,000 points. That is insanity. Wait, we have to go to the tunnel. What am I doing? There we go. Something went wrong. Ah! It went wrong. Sorry. That was inappropriate of me. Alright, we have to verse... Hey! Thanks for the 100 bits, bro. Arigatou gozaimasu. Cracked. True. I want it that way. Hell yeah. Playing a little of the song in one of our shows in marching band. Hell yeah. It's a good song. Why did it go wrong, PP? I don't know. Try to post it again. Oh shit. Muck is one of the most annoying Pokemon to go up against. So I don't know if we could take it out easily or not. Oh, okay. Never mind. Oh, it's level 20. These guys are such low levels. I didn't even pay attention. They're sucky sucks. Barracuda. Zip Zop. Wow, so classic. Yeah, Zip Zop is zopping around. We got, you love the band Heart? Okay. We got Zip Zop. We got Sill, and we got Killer. And these two we can't use. We just have them on the team for HMs. For being HM slaves. Alright, what is this? What is this? ZZ? How are you, Ping? Yesterday, I was doing pretty bad. ZZ? Did someone clap? ZZ? I couldn't hear it. What was I saying? Oh, I said ZZ?
Moan.
Alright, calm down, bro. Calm down. Where is the Schlachalebe? What am I doing? Step, bro. Oh, there it is. Barracuda. Watch it, please. I did. Muck him up. I'm gonna muck him up. Yo, Buck, you died. We gotta muck up everyone now. Ping, 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 ping. It wasn't me. I know. What time when you start stream? I start at 7 p.m. Eastern now. So 4 p.m. for you, Nathan. What happened while I was gone? A lot. A lot has happened since you've been gone. Wait, what has happened? I don't know. We've been playing Pokemon. We've been playing a lot of Pokemon. Dad? Daughter? We've been playing a lot of Pokemon. We've been red, green, bluing. Red, green, blue. What else have we done? What else have? Oh, thanks for the hat. Oh. I don't know. I don't know what else. Okay. What hat do you want? Hello? Dad? Daughter? Papa Ping? Don't call me Papa Ping. That's Sussy Baka. We met Ink. We lost. Oh, yeah. We met Ink. We lost the war? Wait, what war did we lose? I won the war. Dinell changed his name. We met Ann Inky, which is a really cool person. That was off stream, during off stream. That was crazy. On stream, we did some cool stuff too. Yes, I can watch you still. Let's go. Wait, what hat do you want, Doctor? What else happened? Papa Pimg. What else happened? I was depressed yesterday. I get depressed about stuff like once every couple of months. So that I don't call it. I don't like calling it depression though, but I just overthink life and everything. So that happened yesterday. I think that's it. Why are you stunning me? That's so annoying. Oh, just die. Thank you. Dinell's original. Papa Ping. I would be too. Yeah. It's because of that one guy. It was nah, that just added on top of it, to be honest. Master? Yeah, call me Master Pong. Master Ping. I drew 3 times today. Hell yeah, bro. Let's go. Chat became more horny, so I became more accepting of that. I guess that's it. And Dinell likes pickles. So gravity. What else crazy happened since Rosie's been gone? I don't know. I would have to go back and check. I already forgot. I forget so easily what we do. What I do. Master Bonk? Master Ping Pong? You know, you could just call... Damn it. I wasn't supposed to verse this guy. Don't stop me now. I'm having a ball. Now I'm moving the time. I'll say make a call. I have to go so I can watch the news. Okay. Bye, Nathan. Thanks for pooping in. I appreciate it. We didn't start the... All the songs are putting, Rosie. I know you said it's from band, but those songs are awesome. I like those songs. It's the holy gay and... Gay. The holy day. It can never be the holy gay because religion, no gay. They don't like that. Anyway. The chat is in heat. True. Turn it inside out, yeah. I was actually supposed to have Shabbat dinner with family, but I skipped it so I could be with you guys and make content. So I'm here. You're not Jesus, Inky. Bye, Nathan. Yes, Dinell. See, this is the type of music that I'm like, you know. I'll play Piano Man. Yes. When I can. I'm not joking. I love women. You're not a very good Jew then, but it's okay. We got sleep talk, but that's fine. I mean, I don't care. Good for you. Have you heard about David and Jonathan? Nope. Bro, Inky, you're a liar. Inky says she's gay, and then she says I'm not gay, and then she says I'm gay, and then she says I'm not gay. Like, no one knows what the reality is with Inky. Who? What? You came to rescue me? Thank you. What's happening? What? Here's my card. Bro, kind of sussy baka. I don't want a card of an old man. Oh. Card of old man. No. Having a good time when I'm stepping on. La 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 la. Have you, they were like super gay. Oh, were they actually? Oh, never mind then. Pink, why you exposed me? Because what if someone has a crush on you in chat, but then you're not gay, or you are? and then they're just being misled, and you like lead them on. Like, that's messed up. I got an amulet coin. Maybe ink is by the shrunk. Maybe. Maybe. The hell is this? King David and Jonathan were like super in love. Oh, okay. Kind of gay if you ask me. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, it's 2022. It wasn't 2022 when they were madly in love, I'm sure, though. Tubiduku. Tubiduku. Are you trying to show off your knowledge of, like, music? It's kind of cringe. NGL. La 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 la. Yeah. I don't even know what my sexuality is, so I just say yes. Oh, no shot. It's a good song. It sounds okay. I'll agree to disagree. Wait, am I supposed to go all the way upstairs? No, I think I'm supposed to get out of here. Get out of here. I got out of there. Let's go, 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 bro. I'm not a hoe. I got them bars. Straight gang. Bro, you gotta be careful saying that nowadays. Straight gang. Pin. Pink. Loy. What's up, Binky? You know how I said sometimes I hear chatters in my head a certain way? That's that. Even though I know how you sound, Inky, that's how I hear you. Loy. Pink. I'm like, okay, yeah. What's up, Inky? What's up, Stinky Inky? What's up? What's up? All right. The next thing that we got to do here is really challenging. I don't know if I want to do this, but you know what? We're going to take the risk. We basically have to verse the 3 leaders of Team Rocket in this game. I think we have to verse 2 in a row, and they have some scary Pokemon. So hopefully we don't lose. And they're really high level. One of their Pokemon are level 38, but it's a Houndoom, so we should be able to overpower it with... Oh shit, we have nothing to overpower it with. I might have to think a little more before going into this battle. So, what we're gonna do... Doing your mom. Sorry. What we're gonna do is we might end the Pokemon part of the stream today. I guess I didn't do as much research as I thought I did. Thank you. I guess I didn't do as much research as I thought I did on today's thing. I wrote down so many notes, but we already got through like 2 gyms and like one of the bad guy bosses of the game. So we're gonna end Pokemon and we're gonna go to something else. I work tomorrow. Let's go. Also, school starts in 12 days. That sucks. Welcome you back. I did. I said, oh my god, it's Rosie. What else do you want from me? Joking. I'm sorry. Yeah, we could do a poll. I kind of want to play Fall Guys, but if you guys want to play Mario Kart, we could play Mario Kart. So do a thing for Mario Kart, Fall Guys, and or Jubilee. No Jubilee. Jubilee should be at the end of the stream. Mario Kart or Fall Guys. Polling time. One of the mods, please. Lamau. La pink pink. Finale. School starts in 12 days. That sucks. Everything. Currently can't find my Switch charger. Sounds like a you problem. Mario Kart forcing me to get out of bed. Oh. Ping. What to play? Thanks for the hydrate. Bro, what? This is such a bad song. And it's worse. Because now it's Sesame Street. What's up, Inky? Inky Stinky has something to say. Stinky Inky, sorry. You're not stinky in real life, right? Only in fake life. Lost. I'm gonna save this game 17 times just to make sure it works. Okay. We're gonna quit. I think on the weekends we're going to play Poke MMO, and weekdays we're going to do Nuzlocke. So Monday we'll probably come back for the 8th gym, and possibly the Elite Four on the same day. So we'll see. That's what this sounds like. You're not stinky? Oh, sorry.
Ping, I got to tell you something. Hi.
Ping is letting we the people vote. I am. This song is almost done. You know what? Don't skip. This is a banger. We voted to skip it. The people have spoken. That's the first time that ever happened. We've never skipped a song like together. Hey, we got 4 Fall Guys. Let's go. I'm gonna vote for Fall Guys. Sorry. Excuse me. Excuse me. Yo, bro. I have so many things open for Pokemon. If I could never. This is to remind me to add this to my Spotify. Let me just add it right now.
Yay, Fall Guys is winning. Yay. Yay. Yay.
There we go. I like that song. Yo, bro, doe. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win? What will we be playing today, ladies and gentlemen? We are playing Fall Guys. We have a lot of people voting. That's pretty cool. Fall Guys is winning. Stop the steal. Vampire Hunter D hat. Huh? What is that? Wait, I never put the second hat for Doctor. Don't skip. This is a banger. Vampire Hunter D hat. Hunter D's nuts? I'm so confused. Fall Guys, let's go. I voted for other. I would vote for Go P if it was an option. Go P. I'll add that. If we play Mario Kart, he's gonna end stream early. Ooh. Inky smart. Jubilee at ends of stream. Yes, especially when you're here, Rosie, because you like them. And I think Moog likes them. Like, some people like... I like Jubilee. I like watching it with you guys. It's fun. All right. Fall Guys. You know what's good about Fall Guys? You could make me fall also. I can't find it. Where is it? Fall Guys. I have so many games. I'm a gamer, guys. I'm a gamer guy. I guess I'll get out of bed anyway. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry, you know? I say sorry way too often. And you know what? I'm sorry. Rosie, we're so happy to have you back. Honestly. It's awesome seeing you here. Huh? Wrong password? Rosie, how do you not remember my password? What are you doing? Okay, there we go. Never mind. Crowd control, that's right. Vampire Hunter D is an anime? Oh. You need to make it 3 hats because you forgot. I didn't forget. He had to pick which hat, but I should have guessed that he doesn't care which hat, really. He just wants me to make another hat. Here, I got the second hat. My knee is taking a beating. Why were you kneeling down to suck some Oh, gamer pink, yeah. Felt that. You're gonna be okay. Well, Rose, it's because you're doing band, but Dinell, he's doing other stuff. But maybe because I'm not obsessed with you. Huh? What are you talking about, Rosie? You're not obsessed with me? Hello, Moog, my Finnish enemy. Dinell, ban. I want it that way. Our 2 worlds apart. And near to your heart. I love singing this at karaoke. It's such a good song. Want it that way. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why ain't nothing but a mistake. Let me change the description. Control my game. I want it my way. We fire the one desire. Yes, I know. Too late. When you're talking about not knowing your Steam Pass? Oh. My bad. I'm all over the place. Sumimasen. I just hit it at my desk at work. Lol. Janelle slander is incorrect. Yes. Such a banger, right? Say I want it that way. It's falling apart. Skin and Cola 7. Who is that? I don't remember who this is. I don't remember. I remember it was someone who had a different username. Me, you are my fire, the one. How do I control your game? You have to. You crack me up. Thanks. You have to come to New York and like come into my room and slap me in my face, and then I'm gonna screw up in the game. No, it's crowd control. There should be something on your screen popped up that you could click on and give channel points or real money. I'm a Jew. I need to make more money. And you could make me... Oh yeah, my Twitch money came today from the subathon. I was able to pay off things. I was able to pre-order the new Pokemon game. And I'm able to save money for Japan now. Because I want to go to Japan and stream for you guys there. This song is so sexy. Hey, yo, what did I say? Why are the prices increased? Because Nathan pointed out to me that you get 50 free coins per stream. 50 free coins. So I feel like the prices are okay. Oh yeah, I guess that happened since you've been gone too. Since I've been gone. Oh, what am I doing? Never wanna hear you say scam. I could make an increase. No, he's a good bro. He's a good mod, Rosie. That's why he did it. That's why he did it. Thank you, Moog. Thank you. Yeah, but you should see something pop up and you click stuff and then you use channel points and he shouldn't have said it. He's good mod. He's good mod. Is anyone else joining? I think Moog got up to get her Switch. Yo. It's easy. Why? Content? It's easy. Why? Oh, it's Chimmy? Chimmy, why? Why are you ruining good songs? I'm gonna vote skip. This is democracy. We vote skip here. I'm sorry, bro. Yeah, my bad. It's because you put the other song. Nothing. I'm sorry, Jimmy. I'm sorry. Moog, you have 10 seconds. I don't want to make Doctor wait. I don't want Doctor to wait. Chimmy is not innocent. Chimichungus requested this song, and this song is not good. Thank you, Doctor. Oh my god, this song is good, though. We vote skipped. It's okay. Doctor was the third vote, so it's okay. We didn't even get to the main verse. Well, it sounds like an us problem. Wait, that's not a good problem. This is a good song. ZZ. Yeah, you see, you could see me playing on guitar. Moog, you have 10 seconds. Doctor, are you okay with waiting a bit longer for Moog? Moog, are you okay with going slower? I'm just joking. I feel like such an ass sometimes. I'm still in, but bruh. Okay, we're gonna play a game. I don't care. We're gonna play a game, Moog. We didn't start the fire. It was always burning as the world's been turning. I care about Moog. If I didn't ban you, I care about you. The longer you stick around and are like cool, the longer I care about you. The more I care about you. It's a very parasocial and toxic relationship from my side, at least. Unfortunately, I care. That means I care about Dinell, Doctor, way too much. I'm just joking. I care about everyone here. You're all pretty chill. Doctor be like happy face. Doesn't care about Moog. Don't stop believing. Nice. Check Discord for a little surprise. Are you sending me your dick pic again, bro? You gotta chill with that. Bro, I got a text message. Hi, Elsie. I'm Catherine. Will you go to Leo's birthday party tomorrow? Bro, I don't know who you are. Unless it's one of you guys trying to figure out my phone number, in which case I just fucked up. Okay, I'm in Discord. I'm on gallery. Ping. Speak to El. You actually named it after me? Did you like that game, Rosie? How many inches you care? 3 inches. I can only care with as many inches as I have, you know? It's hard to care for more. I haven't played this game since I played it with Doctor the other day. But it feels like... I don't know if it's because I'm streaming. I unironically think it's because I'm a streamer. I don't know if other streamers feel like this. But my brain, 1 week to another, could be like on a whole different level of like thinking. Like, I feel like last week was such a different like a different era than this week. Or like than the week before. Well, I guess because we've been doing a lot of crazy stuff lately. Like, well, not really, but we did the subathon recently. And then we're doing the Nuzlocke now. So Liam made me in his cult, and I'm also a white fox with red markings. Nice. Oh. Should I get the game? It doesn't matter what you guys say because I'm not getting it. Is it enjoyable for you guys to watch that game? For those that do watch it. Ah! Why? Oh my... Get up! Jesus. I'm sorry. We're gonna qualify. Thanks for making me jump. If you did that earlier, I would have been screwed. You wasted your points. Liam, IMO, it's pretty good. We are cracked. Hell yeah, bro. Me and Dr. Mad cracked. Top bestseller on Steam right now. Yeah, I know it's big, but like, do you guys enjoy watching it? Like, for those that have played or have watched it before, do you enjoy watching it? But for Rosie said it's pretty cool. Okay. I'm also a white fox with red markings. That's actually a cool looking fox. I can imagine in my head. Kyle's mom. Oh my god. I know I'm gonna have to skip that. It says South Park. Okay, see you, Inky. Have a good one, Stinky Inky. I hope everything's okay. Thanks for pooping in. And have a good one. Thanks for the lurk. Yo, bro, so, do, mro, tro. I haven't played this game in a while. See, oh, you put endless dives. Ha, no more free requests. Ah, sucks to suck. Thank you, you're welcome. Yo, Inky is stinky. Don't tell anyone, though. I'm not your bro. I'm Daddy Pin. I'm just joking. You have to pay $200 to request more music. Nah. Aw, Dinell's so nice. There's the explanation for anyone wondering why you can only put 2 songs at a time. Time for me and Doctor to kill it, even with endless dives. You think that's gonna do something? Z? ZZ? ZZZ? ZZZZ? Well, it does, but it does almost nothing because I'm a god gamer. Okay, look at these moves. Look at these moves. Alright, there we go. There we go. Why are people in the way? There we go. IQ info. I am a pro. Why'd I do that? Okay, you know what? It was worth it. Let's go. We're first, baby. Oh. Oh, hell yeah. Cracked. You're cracked, bro. I'm just good. I honestly thought I only had one song. Oh. Well, apparently it didn't. Imagine the timeline, which is fine, in which Mario Kart 8 won. Yo. That's a timeline where I'm screaming and yelling. It's been 1 week since I've first watched your streams. Really? I'm not gonna... I think it's partially because I stream every single day now. But it feels longer. It feels like you've been around longer. And for Rosie, in the beginning, I was like, damn, it felt like you were gone for so long. But then, like, because you came yesterday back to the Discord, it was like, oh, shit. Yeah, it was ping hugging Dragonite pretty much, yeah. Yo. It's only been a month? Damn. Well, I guess the subathon was a big part of that month, right? Damn. That's crazy. This is a nice song. I think once I move, I'm gonna miss this room. I think I'm gonna make a video about... I might make a YouTube video before I leave about how, like, I'm leaving this room. That's probably gonna be like in a year, but assuming that everything goes well. Good song. Yeah. One week? It's only been 1 week? Well, that one I knew, but that's crazy. Maybe it's because I'm so cool that I get along with people so easily that it feels like I know you guys longer. I recommend the song Crush Crush. Oh, okay. I actually got COVID like right after I first came here. Yeah, you got COVID because of me. I didn't want to tell you, but it was my fault. Oh, yeah, I did give it to you. I wanted to keep it a secret because, like, you know, it was your first time there. I didn't want to, like, say it, but I gave you COVID. I was bored. I was coughing, you know, and you just happened to be there, so. It honestly feels like I've known you for at least a month. Right? Bro, I just give off those vibes, bro. Hopefully. Like, any person I meet IRL as... Oh. I thought you made me jump for a second. Any person I meet IRL, or like on stream or anything, I try to... Stop! Where's the... Oh, thank God. You wasted it. Thanks, Rosie. I try to cut the bullshit, you know? I try to get to the point of, like, actually talking to people. Still cracked. 1000%. We both killed it there. It honestly feels like I know people like Doctor and Dinell for years. And some of you guys for like a long time too. Like it's... I spend more time with you guys than like with anyone else in my life at this point. That's probably every streamer, right? Especially full-time streamers. I mean, I guess I'm technically like a full-time YouTuber streamer, but I don't know. That's kind of crazy if you think about it. Oh, no, you're making me jump. Huh? What? You put no jumping? Rosie, you're evil. You're actually evil. No, Dr. Phil. My bad. Okay, I could jump now. Jesus. Have you seen the meme about that song? I don't think so. When I walk alone. No. No. You got this, bro. I don't got this. Holy shit. Oh my god. Maybe I do have this. I'm gonna read chat in a second. It's so expensive. What are we trying to do? Overlay? 'Cause that shit is... Ah! Stop! Oh! We still won! Let's go, baby! Even with endless jumps and no running. No jumping. We're gods, bro. Let's go. As you should. I should. It's so expensive. Most guys didn't know how to pronounce Hebrew, so they said monkey do terror attacks. Instead of attack, do terror attacks. Oh, yeah? Bro, I don't look into Israeli politics anymore. Nice. Thank you. GG, but thank me and Doctor. We killed it. You guys can't crowd control me out of it. Easy dub. Wait, wasn't I just level 100? I don't get how this game works. Was there a new season or something? If anyone else wants to join, you can't. We're doing doubles. I'm just joking. Bro, I'm going to invite Liam and see what he does. Liam! And then we're going to go into a game. Petition to make prices lower again. This is so hard. You know what else is hard? My pee-pee hole. I think if you get gifted a sub, or if you subscribe, you get like a bunch of coins too. You just have to redeem them. So you might have not redeemed them, Rosie, but I had to now because I'm a mostly Israeli server and they were getting showered with rockets the other day. Yeah. My sister just went to Israel the day that there was a ceasefire. So it was good timing for her. Oh, this is Hebrew song? I don't know this one. Endless jumps. Ah. That's okay. 420? JoJo's 420? For those that said I should keep Jewish tag, this is what you're gonna hear more of with Jewish tag here. I don't mind it, but it's different vibes. I wish I need a new controller or a new link. It's a song made by Hamas that became a meme. Oh, this is a Hamas song? Oh, I didn't know that. For those wondering, Hamas is like a US designated terrorist organization in the Gaza Strip. Oh! Ah! Alright, we're good. It sounds so bad. Why is there so much? Skip it. I don't want to hear a bad song. I want to hear a good song. Even if it's a meme song. Sorry. It's the Gorski in me. Go! Go! Don't jump! Don't! Good job. Ah! There we go. They actually made that harder. Let's go. Ah! How did I do that? It's hilarious. Oh. I don't understand it. Yeah, but... Alright, I'm sorry. We heard half of it. I just don't think it's a song for stream. But... Or for me even. I don't understand what they're saying. My Hebrew sucks. My Hebrew is very, very... bad. Ivrit sheli lo tov. That means I hate the Jews. No, that means my Hebrew is bad. I guess you're right. Yeah. Sumimasen zizi. Maybe for the after party. Yeah. After party is good. Vote keep. I should add that. Yo, that would be so cool. Wait, that's such a cool idea. When we have more viewers, they say monkey do terror attacks. Yeah, that is funny. That is funny. This is good song. This song sounds nice though. Timmy, good song. I think we're gonna add this one right away. Na 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 na. The song sounds man nice. To try. That was a really good idea, Gnell, or Dnell, should I say, or Pickles. If we have vote keep versus vote skip, and vote skip you vote to skip, but vote keep you vote to keep. It's a counter against skip, and people could like do that. That sounds like such a cool idea. Once we have more viewers, I think that would be cooler. That'd be really cool, actually. Afrahaza. The Hebrew songs are like, you know, I mean, that Hebrew song's okay, I guess, but it doesn't fit in. But it's okay. I feel like it would give more conflict. Maybe not all the time, but like from time to time to do that, I think it would be really funny and like fun. Maybe not even with songs, but just the idea of like vote skip and vote keep, like of a democracy of you guys deciding on everything is pretty cool. I think. Ow. All right, I'm playing bad, bro. You're gonna have to carry here. Let's go. It's a good song. I know, but it's different vibes. But it's okay. I mean, you could song crust whatever you want. If I really want to, then I'll only put my own music, which I think eventually I might do. Sometimes. But right now we're chilling playing Fall Guys. Take a walk and take a walk. Yo, bro, damn, you're a god. We're third place, bro. Let's go. Let's go. I'm gonna join Discord if anyone wants to talk. I'm all talked out. I'm never all talked out, but... Hey, Katie joined the Discord. Oh, cool. Na, 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 na. Take a walk, take a walk. Yo, Nathan, what's up? Oh, he's muted. Take a walk, take a walk. You're good? Good.
What are you doing in here?
What am I doing here? This is the streaming Discord. I'm streaming.
Wait, this is the stream. Oh.
What are you doing here?
See ya.
Oh, okay, bye. Nathan left. Good night. It's 4 a.m. and my head is falling off my shoulders. Cool. All right, have a great night, not just a good night. Bye-bye. See you, ZZ. Thanks for pooping in. Hope you enjoyed. And I'll be sure to work on that PP reward. Huh? Oh, I'm just in the Discord in the streaming channel. If anyone wants to talk. It's rolling into your shoe right now? Oh my god. Your head is... You got a big head, and I got a big shoe. Yeah, that's a good song.
Hello there.
Pang Pang, yo, what's up? Burasta-kun? I forgot what the objective of this was. I was just running around for a second. Burasta-kun wa daijoubu desu ka? You thought you were in mod channel? Nah. But good try. Your melody's nuts. How it goes. Wait, Rosie. Were you not able to redeem? No! I got so many points for us. Stop. Thank you. La la li da. Bro, everyone loves me. It's because I'm a streamer. They're all following me. Piano Man. Alright, if the red team has it, we're good. We just can't let the blue team have it. I got it. Oh. Penguin! La 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 la. Da 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 da. Big shoes. You know what they say about men with big feet? Big shoes. Big socks too. I always say that as well. It's a friend of mine. Bro, I have to actually concentrate so much on this. What is that emote, Tyler? I was confused your shoe for a boat at first. Your feet are so large. Thank you. My feet are actually... what size feet do you guys have? It's killing me. Come on, we gotta get the penguin. Get penguin, get penguin. Oh my god, they're catching up. Oh, we almost lost. Jesus. And a huge C. Now I have average size PP. La la la. I got 2 nasty bikes on my neck. Aw. That sucks. From the marching banding. 35 EU, it's like 40. Huh? You have you have size 4 feet? 11 US. Nathan, how are you like 8 feet tall and you have 11 foot, bro? I have 12 foot. I have bigger feet than you, Nathan. Ha! Modest king. Camp? Damn. Was it mosquitoes? Mosquitoes? That's very sucky suck. We just gonna sing quantum dicks. Wait, what the hell? The words in the song are so weird. The businessman slowly gets stoned. It was vampires. Vampires? My feet are still growing, PP. I don't know if your feet are still growing when you're like a teenager, bro. I feel like my feet stopped growing when I was like 14, 15. Like your age. Lean on Lee? Bro, that's a racist song. Lean on me when I am sad. Good song. Ow! Good song, good song. Good song, good person. I don't want to lean on you. I want to try to do things myself, Rosie. Actually, I do lean on you. On providing that awesome content. So, thank you, Rosie. Arigato, as they say in the land of the Japanese. And I would know. Move! Who is that? Free Ferrero. Stop. He's dressing up red and blue like when I dyed my hair. Or she. That's messed up. My feet are not growing. They barely got to this point. Oh. Yeah, I mean, your feet are not going to grow at a certain point. They barely even appeared. Our senior marching band song, and it's so sad. Aww. You're done, right? How are you coping with finishing? Sing us a song, you're the piano man. Sing us a song tonight. They barely even appeared. They barely got to this point. Oh. Third place, let's go, Joctor. We had a sub goal here somewhere. And now that I actually have money, we could reach the sub goal. So I have to look for the sub goal. I am looking. Ping pong boosters. Oh, one more sub and I get a lip mask. I gotta buy it, I guess. Oh. Butter was like, your lips are chapped. You should get a lip mask. And I'm like, kind of racist, but okay. Sing us a song, you're the piano man. Sing us a song. Oh, yes. This is a good song. I don't want to get the really cheap ones, but I also don't want to get the really expensive ones. So I don't know which ones I'm going to get. 7 subs is like 16 bucks. Buckaroonies. So if it's 16 buckaroonies, we should be a Gucci. Or less. Anyway. And then after tax is like 12 bucks. I don't know. You took the... Wait, is Burt's Bees good? I feel like one of you guys said you had Burt's Bees. Burt's Bees is good, right? Oh, is this the final? Oh, I think this is the final. Do. Thank you for the lurk, Jimmy. Sorry that we skipped your song. I'm sorry. Arigato gozaimasu. No, I stopped being sorry. I have to stop saying that word. I say it too much. But I am sorry. I'm only a little bit sorry because we did end up skipping it, but no. On and on and on and on, strangers they tell. The boulevard. No one got. Oh, Moog. Oh, it's a generic. Generic is chill. If they're after 100 bits, I know. I'm sorry. Oh, thank you for the sub. I'm gonna buy the lip mask now. Somewhere in the night, and I'll take suggestions. No, Dr. Fell. I'm gonna win for you. Birds Bees is great, by the way. Oh, okay. Thank you. Bye, Jimmy. Thanks for the lurky dirk. And thanks for the music and for the bits. I appreciate it as always. And thanks for the politics. What? Let's go. We're gonna win this for Chimmy and Moog. And me. And probably Rosie and Doctor. You assholes! They dragged me! Oh. I lied. We lost for everyone. This game. On and on and on and on. Guess what? Chicken butt. I gotta play music for Chimmy and for Moog. Oh shit. And for Zizi. Thank you. Doctor, give me an animal and a color. Damn. Arigato gozaimasu. Damn! Oh yeah, Dinal always does for hype trains. That's what. Aw, thank you, Zizi. Magenta Falcon. Svenning. Man, thank you guys. Thanks for the 94% level 1 hype train. I mean, we're 6% away from level 2, but it's okay. People. What if I play this for you guys? What if I play the song? You used your dad's Amazon account? Let's go. Good shit. That's what I like to hear. Everyone, get your dad's or mom's Amazon account. Hook it up. Free sub. Free for you. Money for me. Twitch loses money. It's great. Not moms, dads only. Yeah, I'm just saying everyone else, you know, like if, you know, I'm just joking. Joking, but also kind of not really. Because, like, if you Amazon Prime sub, like, it's just a win-win situation, you know? Arigatou gozaimasu. I appreciate you using that on me. Hello? What is it? This is so funny. Oh, this is actually funny. Jimmy put a good song next. I feel bad. Wait, I gotta... Oh, that sounded terrible. Did we just do a rendition of... Does anyone remember how the theme song goes? Ding dong, it's ping pong. I don't remember. Thank you for the sub, Tinel and Cece. And thank you for the sub, Moog, and the bits from Jimmy. Oh. Oh. How did I make that sound? It was kind of pussy box. Thank you guys. Thanks for the hype train. Hype train! What a beautiful song. Thank you.
Why are you moaning?
Cause when I moan, ZZ cries. So just felt like I had to moan.
But if you moan, wouldn't Inky be happy?
Inky's not here, huh? Well, Inky had to go. She's lurking. So, but she said she had to go like all of a sudden. So, but yeah, I should moan so you could like clip it and send it to her. I go to use the restroom and hype train. Woo! Hype train. Twinkle twinkle little Moog. Moog wanted the lip mask. ZZ had a prime sub, and Dinel loves hype trains or creating them. So yeah, I cry from all my eyes. Damn.
Moan, moan,
Moan, moan, moan,
moan,
moan,
moan.
moan.
Moan, moan, moan.
All right, bro. You don't need
moan,
to
ping pong.
TTS. Twinkle, twinkle, little moog. Hell yeah.
Why don't you moan right now, Ping?
I don't want to moan right now. Head down to his knees.
I'm going to make you.
You're gonna make me moan, bro. You can't say that. You're too young, bro. Oh, I see what you mean.
Hello.
What? What you thought?
Nathan, so loud.
Oh.
Oh. Hey, Mac.
There you go. What do you think about me
Pick
crying?
him from the Discord too, Ping.
Yep, I blocked him from the Discord.
Okay. Just making sure.
You know me. It's a good question. What do you think about me crying from all my eyes? I think that's beautiful. No. I'll sing if I remember the words. Together.
266
over me. Oh, I blocked Rosie from the Discord. She was just talking too much about like band practice, and I was just like, listen, like I get it, but thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. Like everyone was just telling me to block her, so.
Ping, if you get to the last one, I'm gonna make it so you hate me.
I'm surprised you didn't do it last time, but maybe you
I
were
have
busy.
200. No, I wasn't here, so I was not competing.
Yeah, we won the first game, me and Doctor, because we're gods. The second game,
You're lucky it was
someone
overlaid your ass.
Yeah, someone grabbed me on the second game. Overlay is too much, bro. I'm joking,
Bro,
Rosie. I love you there.
I have 266 points. It
And
doesn't
here.
matter.
Oh,
Don't forget to redeem your 350.
crackled.
Yeah, I did. In 8 days, I get to claim another 150.
Why does it say you missed the
Damn.
train? The hype train is gone. I've never seen this message before.
No, that's always like that.
I meant the I think. Yeah, I know you meant the I think. I said I was just playing. You have to read into my. I have 7 levels of sarcasm. If you guys don't get it, you gotta get it.
Why'd you make that 20?
I made everything more expensive
because
you.
350.
Yeah, because Nathan told me that you get free 50 every stream. So.
Nathan.
He's a
Wow,
good
that's
mod.
my
Nathan, bro,
motivation.
Ping, I know I told you that when you first got it, right? And you just didn't listen to me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you?
Yeah.
I listened to you. I must have been distracted or misunderstood. I'm sorry.
You probably thought you meant like from the sub.
Yeah, that's what I thought you meant. From subs, you get like 100 or something.
You get sub and from that too.
Ah, okay.
Every 30 days you get what's it called?
That is crazy. I have 8. One of them is violent. Violent? Violet? Oh, wait, what? I'm confused. What are you talking about, ZZ? I'm gonna buy a lip mask right now. Oh wow, I'm endlessly diving. Thank you, Nathan. Ah, but I'm a god. I'm a god. It doesn't even matter. I know geometry. I took it when I was in school. Ah! Oh my god, I almost missed. 8 layers of. Oh, one of them is violent. Oh, I get it. I'm so dumb. Yeah, I mean, I'm verbally violent sometimes. I'm never physically violent, unless you want me to be
physically violent.
I
That's
should.
a lie.
Excuse me.
I'm pretty sure.
Hey,
I used
wants
to
to
be.
split 50 points with me.
Oh, we did.
Don't overlay, bro. That's messed up, bro. Overlay lasts way too long.
Yeah, it lasts like 20 seconds.
Yeah, it says 10 seconds. It's bullshit, bro.
Well,
And
I
this is
couldn't
already
find
annoying.
Spamming that.
Ah, this is already annoying. Yeah.
Don't spam it. Just wait for it to disappear on the bottom right.
Ah! Just get up!
Oh yeah, baby.
It doesn't matter. It stacks.
Keep on continuing.
No, but the time.
I literally can't get there in time!
Oh.
Bro! Doctor, if we lose, I'm sorry.
Because when you dive, it pushes it down more. Because of more force.
Oh my god! I can't go! I can't! What the hell? This is your last game? That's understandable, bro. We better get the top.
Sorry about that, doctor.
All right, doctor. We gotta
Ping,
win
you
that.
got this. You got this. You're 8th place.
Bro, shut up, bro. We're 12th now. I don't know which one it is. Every time I've tried to find it, it's given me super rate. Damn it! Oh, we still made it. Good shit, doctor. You guys literally wasted your
I was
points.
about to do no jumping.
Do it.
Thank God. No, because it would waste it. That's 40 points.
I don't know which one is this one. Yeah, I hate getting super rabies myself. Trying to watch
Super
on PC and
rabies?
PC doesn't do work. Aw. Yeah. Bro, you put
Super
this
rabies.
song again? Pretty catchy, but I'll leave this song because I like this song. The super rabies makes me violent. Damn. It's okay. It's
What
okay. I
is
skipped it.
super rabies?
You don't know? Don't worry about it. You're
No.
too young. You're too young. ZZ, you don't need to vote skip. You could just press skip if it's your own song. Vote skip is if it's someone else's song. Thanks, bro. Spinning is kind of it doesn't
It's
hurt
so
much.
expensive.
Good.
It's 20 points.
Well, I'm breaking my
That.
controller to push the other way, so
You don't need to. You just let it spin.
no, that's annoying. Waster points. Oh, you didn't request it any? Oh, okay. Whatever. It's fine. You might have done it twice by accident. You don't like this song? I like this song. But yeah, it's a Hebrew song. Hi, hi. The Hebrews. No, Doctor's AFK. No. Let's go.
Does that mean ping pong is going to lose?
Oh, this is so annoying.
It means, yeah, there's a bigger probability. He came back, though. He came back. Do wrong. Oh, he was being a good mod, but a bad team player. Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate that. Timmy, you aren't even listening. Damn, they don't want the Hebrew songs.
I am listening. I have that on so people don't think I'm listening to their stream.
Yeah, that's kind of funny.
I hear double of myself. It's annoying.
Shaking my head, Ping. How did we lose 2? Are you kidding me? Oh. GG's.
Ping is because you're not goalie, bro. You're garbage.
It's because I'm not what?
Maybe because you're trash.
I'm not trash. I'm just garbage. Thank you for the applause, I
Because
guess.
you're trash.
When did they get the chance to get an... I didn't see the other point. I'm tired. All right, guys. Good stream. I'm just joking. I am tired, though. I don't know why. Well, I guess because I made a YouTube
Well, I mean,
video.
you could take some shots.
Taking alcoholic beverages makes me more tired, Nathan.
You're drinking?
Okay, just take some hot sauce.
Hot sauce makes me have diarrhea. But I could do that.
Okay, that's good.
Wait, I gotta buy a lip mask. Lip
Hey,
mask. Lip
Ping,
mask.
If you drink hot sauce, I'll go downstairs and grab one of the hot sauce thing.
Oh.
One of the unopened ones.
Why is the music so loud?
Hey, ping pong. If you take Mad Dog, I will grab a jalapeno.
Jalapenos aren't spicy, bro. What the fuck?
I know. That's the only chili that I have at the moment.
I didn't know.
That
All right,
would be
I'm buying.
spicy for Ping.
Guys, I eat spicy. I'm gonna buy
Have some
Burt's
tapatio.
Bees
Would that
lip
work?
mask. What'd you say?
I have some tapatio.
Oh. Chai. Hi. Dinao. Mala tsibia. I know how to hype you up. Hell yeah, that's so true. Thanks for the game's Duke tour. I appreciate them. Oh, yeah, I'm still level
Can I
100.
join?
What camera do
Yeah,
you
of
have,
course.
Ping?
The C920, the standard camera for
The what?
C920.
The fuck?
It's like the standard one for
Oh.
Huh? Oh, yeah. You guys
For
almost stole
some
my
reason,
address.
The C920 sounds like
That's
a gun.
$100, bro. What the fuck?
What the fuck? Well, it got more expensive during COVID. Never mind, I'll play a few more. Let's go. Is
Yo,
Moog
PP.
joining? Yo,
Why does the name of your camera sound like a gun?
it does, right? C920. Because it is a gun, bro. Anytime anyone looks at my camera or looks at the webcam, they look at my face, they're like, never
Is it
mind.
60 FPS? What the fuck?
It's a 69 FPS, actually.
That looks like 60 FPS, but it says on
It's 60.
on this that it's 30.
It's, I don't know, man. Are you fluent in Hebrew? Nope. It
Yeah,
was
ping's doo-doo. That's why.
What the hell? Did you guys see the gallery? What Diego put?
Diego Maego.
Tiger?
Yeah, Diego Maego.
Oh my god.
If you guys want to join, you can join the Discord below. I think everyone's in the Discord, but
What the hell is this?
what is what? Chicken butt.
Dr. Meter anti-loss wristband with lock toggler.
My man's is completely illiterate, so am I. I can't read. I'm bad at reading it as well.
What the?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, saying it too. Wait, what are you doing, Step Bros? What are you guys doing?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
I'm on
Moog.
Amazon just looking at random stuff.
Oh, okay. All right, we got that.
I'm looking at toddler handcuffs.
Purple monkey playing ping pong.
I don't know why they just name it that.
The song's catchy.
Toddler handcuffs.
I
Hey, yo,
don't know
PP.
either. Yo,
The thing that Dina post, I mean, not Dina.
procreating.
Tiago
Huh?
posted?
I
Yeah,
don't know.
you should be the middle one.
Oh, I'm all of the
Middle
monkeys.
flow.
I'm all of the monkeys.
Second one.
Why is it lagging?
Mm.
Ah, okay, we're good. I'm laying on my bed trying to unstuff my nose. TMI, but cool, I guess.
Go sniff pepper.
Go sniff cocaine. I heard it helps.
Go put a pepper up your ass.
Whoa! Why
I
are you being
mean,
so
like
rude?
the powder pepper. If you sniff it and sneeze, your nose won't plug.
You're welcome, ZZ. I give the best advice. You already tried? I'm gonna type for doctor since he's playing Fall Guys with you. Aw, okay. You guys have access to each other's accounts? That's funny. Not that that surprises me, but that's funny. That's cool. Didn't help.
So you see who he follows. Dun, dun,
Dun dun dun.
dun.
Didn't help. Stick. I think if you try to stick like a controller up your butt, that you.
Garlic.
Oh my god, my controller is not working, bro. This cable is like broken. It's pissing me off lately.
Garlic up your nose.
No. You usually want to do I have to play on the keyboard now. Ugh, you guys are gonna have to carry. I don't even know crowd control is worth it. Yeah. I feel like a cooler person now though. I'm just sitting next to Doctor right now. Oh yeah, I heard. Wait, that's crazy. I heard. Wait, can I say it? I just heard the other day. That's crazy. Can I say it? I actually forgot.
How'd you forget if you remember?
Well, I remembered after Amanda said that. Oh. That's so cool and crazy. Yo, Amanda,
They
you
moved in together.
I don't know about that, but I think Amanda went to visit Doctor.
Oh.
That's crazy. Move in? That's even that would be insane. How is it? Is it worse in person? Why are there so many fruits here?
Damn.
It's because someone dived and blocked it to block the fruit.
Oh.
His room is dirty. Stinky. Here's one of those beds that have the bed frame. That's,
Not yet. Oh, that's good. That's good.
That you can like shove stuff under, and he just has water bottles, socks, clothing. That's how he cleans his room.
He has things. Crazy. Maybe, Timmy. Crazy how Amanda's the only one to see how Doctor looks. Well, I think Doctor's family probably saw how he looked before. Didn't help. stick like his
I think
teacher.
if you try to stick like a controller
I
up
mean,
your
doctor
butt,
could always
that
cover up,
usually,
you know,
oh yeah,
his
so
face.
you wanna stick the controller up your butt, yeah. What were you saying?
I mean, doctor could always cover his face in birth and you know, and in school.
He could cover his face, but he doesn't want to show his face, which is fine. Oh, you're saying in school?
Yeah.
Yeah, but like when he was born, the doctor saw how he looked and stuff. So
Yeah, but people change,
He
so
looks
they
different
don't really
now.
know.
I used to be
yeah,
blonde when I was a kid.
yeah. But Dinelle said crazy how Amanda's the only one to see how he looks, but she's not because like the doctor saw it. But then he has a foreskin on his head, so I don't know
What?
actually. Yeah, he has a foreskin on his head.
What's that?
Oh, it looked like my controller was up my butt. A foreskin is a piece of skin that's on your penis that they.
It's the weenus on your elbow, unneeded skin, but you can keep it there.
But I don't have on my elbow anything like that.
The
Well, when you put your elbow straight out, you can pull like the skin from your elbow down.
It's nasty, bro. Oh.
What the fuck?
I do not know what to say no more.
Mods, skip the song. Or never mind, it finished. I lied. Don't skip it. Don't skip. No,
Mods,
but it look like, or anywhere else.
Mom.
Yeah, I like putting my controller up my ass.
Yo, Pink.
Jesus, bless you.
Damn. Have you
real,
tried a forced
Anal?
dildo
Oh,
to put up your ass?
have I tried a dildo up my ass? Yes. It feels good.
A horse one?
A horse one. I tried an elephant one once.
Flared?
I would never try a human one though.
Okay,
It'd be
how
kind of
about try
weird.
the animal that has the largest penis?
Elephant?
The whale.
Oh, the whale. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Remember you showed me that? That's huge, bro. I wouldn't be able to put that anywhere near me. Controller is better. I agree.
And also,
You guys are weird.
What's
wait. 3P wanted it. So,
Yeah, I wanted it, so it's okay.
No, not that, not that.
Vibrates when you get it,
Controller
so.
is the controller is better. No, it's not.
Controller in the butt? It's so good.
No,
Bro, ask.
mouse and keyboard is better.
the penis that you saw,
Oh,
right?
I actually like
It's
controller
without
better.
any blood in it. So it's larger in person, where there is blood.
Yeah, but ping on mouse and keyboard, you have more movement. On
Whatever.
controller, you're limited.
Yeah, but the limit is okay for Fall Guys. I'm not playing an FPS. And I'm just used to controller, that's why. I like the guitar controller. Huh? The guitar controller? Oh, when people play with the guitar
Hero.
as a controller? Or Guitar Hero? Yeah. That is cool. Who keeps falling? You avocado. That's definitely Nathan. Jump!
Don't keep on hitting me. I can't control it.
I hate playing on mouse. Just because I'm not used to it. But it's okay. Yes. A Guitar Hero is great. So, is there anything about Doctor that you were surprised about, Amanda? That you would share? That's not TOS, I guess.
Ping was thinking something else.
No, I wasn't. But then when I said it, I was like, oh.
Hey,
Yeah.
Ping, bad to carry.
Oh, I keep falling. It's a good
You
size,
suck.
perfect shape. I do suck. I like to suck. Oh my god! I keep falling! I hate the mouse, bro. I'm not used to it.
No.
That's my excuse. Bro! You made me dive! This game is so dumb, bro. Oh, someone still went through. So, 2 people. Wait, we're the only ones that qualified? Did we just
So
win?
far.
Mean Ping.
No, so far you're the
Oh,
one that's
yeah.
qualified.
Yeah, but I'm dumb. Never mind. Not TOS. Alright, aside from that, is there anything like, damn, I didn't think he would be like this much of a blank. And vice versa for you with Amanda.
No.
Is there anything like cool, like, oh, damn, I didn't know XYZ. Was it
XYZ.
awkward? Was it awkward? Sorry if I'm asking too many questions. I was just curious.
Mama, I'm a criminal.
What? What in the butt? Oh yeah, I gotta give Amanda access to the to this as well. Black Clover. Oh wait, she has access to it. I'm dumb. Never mind. Oopsie doopsie. For some reason, I didn't think I got access to it. I feel like maybe Doctor might have thought it was awkward, but I was comfy the whole time personally. Aww. What, TOS? It was only awkward for the first hour-ish. That makes sense. The first hour? Oh shit! That's not a long time. That makes sense. I think it's gonna be awkward when Dinelle comes over. For like
Hey, Ping.
the first week. I'm just joking. Yeah?
Why don't you try and gather up all your viewers?
Huh? What do you mean I'm trying to gather up all
like-
my viewers? Huh?
Like making us, all meet each other IRL.
I'm not trying to. He came over. He said he wanted to come over. Yeah.
So that means he knows your address,
Good thing
yeah?
no one lives in Canada.
He will know my address. I know, right? Oh my god, the keyboard, I feel like I'm playing freaking Tetris here. I have to press so much shit at the same time. And someone made me jump or something.
Yo, did he make an unban request, by the way?
I don't know, and I don't care. I'm gonna be awkward for at least one day. Are you? Why? 1 week at minimum.
Oh, sorry, Ping.
No, you're good.
Actually, wait, I could
Oh, here
kill
we go,
you.
here we go, here we go, here we go. Ping.
Stop, Timmy.
Ping.
Stop.
I have 200 points.
Waste them. I don't care. Just do it.
Hey,
Just
Ping.
fucking do it, bro.
Do not fall down, because I'm making a big ass hole down here.
Okay.
Sucks you can't jump no more.
Alright.
I could.
Wait, what?
You messed up. I could still jump.
No, wait, that's fucked.
It might be
I
delayed.
did no
Wait, how do you
jumping.
jump?
I don't know what happened, but I'm jumping.
Oh, it's probably connected to your controller.
Yeah.
All right.
It's connected to your controller.
It sucks to suck. I still lost
You
too.
better refund me, bruh. That's fucked.
Wait, did we win?
Refund.
We didn't win. We got close though, right? Ping's gonna blindfold me in and out of his home. So we are 5 miles away. I considered it, yeah. Do you want me to do that? I could do that.
What?
Sounds like fun.
Do you have a fetish with that type of stuff?
Hey, yo.
Is that your kink?
Dinelle, you gotta tell me... Susie Puka? You gotta tell me your address so I have leverage over you in case you fuck me over, you know?
Yeah, but ping pong. Who will really try and go to Dinelle's house? Most of them would try and go to your house.
I guess.
Ping.
By Jewish law, you are now married. Sounds kinky. It is very kinky. I forgot what I wanted to say. I want to use controller. I hate this. All right, I'll give you back your points, Timmy.
Thank you.
Oh, it's 40 points. Jesus.
Yeah, I know.
I forgot.
That's why I was like, what the heck?
I forgot I did
Can you
that.
read for me also?
No.
Wait, what?
Oh, Liam's playing. Watch, I'm gonna invite him, even if he's streaming and he's not here, or if he's busy. Oh, he's not. No, that's his old address. Just so we're clear, Doctor answered that, not me. Oh shit, he said yes. Nice. Am I lying? Doctor. They're probably fighting over the keyboard. That's so cute.
Ping, if you could only have 3 fingers on each hand, which fingers would you keep?
Thumb, index, and middle.
Why?
Oh, so you can flip people off still, yeah?
Yeah, so I could flip people off, so I could pick my nose, and so I could use my thumb.
The fuck?
What do you mean?
I mean, Ping, why don't you, choose your ring finger and your middle finger?
Because I'm never gonna get married, and the pinky doesn't
but
count.
But I'm trying to apply something here.
Moog is here.
Ping, thumb isn't a finger, by the way.
All right, then I'll keep all of them except 2 of them, Wait, no shit. Wait, you said thumb is not a finger? Oh, then all of them but the pinky. It is
But then
confusing.
how do you drink tea? The
Wait.
fancy way.
Whatever, bro. All I know is that Doctor and Amanda are getting married. Barados and Amanda.
Hey yo,
Yeah. They announced it.
Congrats.
Susie.
Yeah. Congratulations.
I
Congrats
think
on
they
the
should
marriage.
invite you to the wedding, Pink.
I don't think they're gonna invite me. But it's
Hopefully.
okay. Why? See, I know that's Amanda type in there.
Who's Bardos?
Yeah, who is Barados?
Barbados.
Who
It's
is
I was talking about
Bardos?
Barbados, like the place.
Oh, I was thinking about Barbados, the god of animal.
I was not thinking. I don't know how to do that. I'm gonna take out crowd control because I can't. Should I just leave it and make you guys waste points? Actually, that's a better idea. Never mind.
No,
I have
no,
238 left, Ping.
That's too many.
Wait, did the other ones work though? Like the diving ones and?
Yeah, everything else. Well, I think. Actually, I don't know now.
Yeah, I'm gonna test it. I'm gonna test it. I'm gonna do
Is
the
it more
endless jumps?
Okay. Is it more confusing than the Discord swap? DP, why aren't you getting married? Because I need a whammon to marry. And I need to make money on Twitch first.
Did it work?
I'm not in Alabama, bro. Yeah, it worked. I'm jumping.
Okay, then your stepmom.
So maybe the no jumping worked too. And it was just the timing? I don't know.
No, because it was like there's 4 seconds left, and you were jumping.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. Lemfeo. I love saying that. Lemfeo. I need to find whammon and I need to make money and I need to have time. Because for relation
20 kids.
No, I don't need 20 kids. For a relationship you need money and
Who
time.
said they're going to be your own kids, Ping?
Oh,
Yeah,
good
Ping,
point.
don't you have your own kids?
No, I'm gonna have someone else's kids.
Do you want to have kids or no?
Yeah. I wanna
No, you
have
don't.
I wanna have
Not
kids.
his own. You
What
were
if they
kidnapped
start
kid.
streaming?
What'd you say? Fuck!
What if they start streaming?
My kids?
Yes.
I'll tell them to get a life. Tell
Why,
them
you
what
don't want them to stream?
bro,
What
that's
if they
like
could be
so
your
far
new,
in the
you know, big
future.
time
I know,
streamer?
but like if you have kids, would you want them to stream though?
No.
But why, Ping?
I wouldn't want them to stream. I don't think so. Listen,
But
tell your
why?
parents you want wife, they will find you one. I know. I'm not doing that shit. Fuck that shit.
Why not?
I already have my mom today was like, "Oh, there's this nice person at work and she has a daughter. She's your age and blah blah." And I'm like, "Okay, cool."
Oh, so you're not going to give any more details than that.
My parents did that to me a few days ago.
Yeah, but you're mad young, bro. That's even weirder.
I know. That's the point.
Well, I mean, you could always marry in India.
What? I'm not having trouble finding someone to marry. I'm just not finding someone
Just
to
doesn't
marry.
want to.
Not
Yeah.
you, Mac.
Wait, what? Oh yeah, I
Young,
could
I'm
technically
pretty
go
sure
to
India, like, marry
India.
age is like 13 or
Oh, I
something.
see what you mean.
So, like,
Yeah.
you'll be above legal.
Get
No,
money
you-
first,
Any
yeah.
state you're allowed to marry whenever you want. You should have parent consent.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
All I know is I want to
I
start
think I
dating.
might have started to get some ideas to gain power thanks to that.
Okay. I want to start dating. That's all I know. But I want to make money and set aside time for that. And right now I don't have money enough to date in New
You
York.
don't have time.
And I could make time for myself, but I don't want to for that. When you ask your mother, there suddenly is a lot of nice Jewish girls. Yeah, I don't care. I genuinely do not care at all right now.
Yeah, wait, but Pink, what happened? A lot of people like you, and they ask your mom.
Yeah. What if a girl asks you out, Ping?
That happened when I was in high school. Twice.
Yeah.
For some reason, I feel like that's a cat.
Hey, Omni, what's up?
Girls don't ask any guys out anymore.
Give me a second. My day was good, Omni. None of what was I saying? Oh yeah, like 2 girls asked me to prom in high school, and I felt so bad because I didn't want to go with them, so I just said I'm not going to prom, and then I just didn't go to prom. But
Damn, that
I'll-
kind
I'll
of
have to
ping
pay to
pong
go to
can't
prom?
being a woman.
I don't remember. I would say that if someone wanted to if someone asked me out, like it would depend on the circumstances. Not enough money to date. Explain. Dating
Bro.
costs money and time. What do you mean? I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Like, yeah, you could technically go out to like the picnic and just hang out at each other's houses and stuff, but I'm 25. Like,
That's
I
not how
don't.
you do it when you're
Yeah,
that
I don't think that's. I don't have my own place. It's
Hey,
just
Pete.
weird. I spend just as much
You
single,
could take it to all you could eat buffet.
but that costs money. You said
Not a
no.
lot.
You did a reverse incel. What?
old.
Wait,
What?
what did I say? You said no, I will be a streamer. Oh, no to my like kids being I mean, if I'll be completely honest, like I have no idea. Like if I'm still streaming, if I'm making enough money from streaming, like I don't know where my mind will be like, but I think generally I would probably prefer that my kids don't get into streaming, but also I wouldn't like control what they do. Just show them your NFT collection. That's what you did? Oh, is that why Amanda? Oh, or did Amanda show it to Doctor? Interesting.
That's a good
I
question.
think they both showed it
The
to each other.
doctor? Alright, never mind.
But yeah, I'm not looking for a girl. I would like to look for a girl right now, but I can't really do that right now.
You are unstable right now with money.
Yes, and with other things in life. I would like to move out before that. I think next year I'm gonna start looking for dates. We're gonna lose. I can't get these guys, bro. I hate playing on keyboard.
Fix your controller. Get a new cable.
Well, I can't right now.
After
Ah!
that match,
How
go
do you pick
find
things
a new
up?
cable.
Oh, never mind.
Your mouse button.
Yeah.
Small button.
Bro, he just keeps fucking L, bro. Ah.
I don't get why people play on controller.
I don't get why people play on mouse. It's so annoying.
Oh, yo, Ping, the strategy that you had worked.
Good. You missed your shot with Elliot. Wait, I'm missing too many
You
things.
miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Yes. I will read chat after we lose. That's so cool though. Oh, what's your
I'm
guys'
doing monkey business.
Yep. What's your guys' favorite thing that you've done together? Just kidding. You don't need to answer that. Let me read chat.
People know that it might be TOS.
I just don't want to make them uncomfortable. I would laugh and run away screaming, Hosanna. I got asked to prom by, I guess, my ex. We went as friends and I said, sure. I told him I'd pay half. The concession, but to near was $80, so I gave him 40. Yeah, it costs money. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying the whammon thing, because I think it's slightly different now. And depends on the girl that you go out with. Of like the guy paying for everything. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying regardless, you're gonna have to pay for something. You missed your shot with Ellie. Oh yeah, true. We get your girlfriend when we visit. 1 week or less guaranteed. But when you visit next month, like I'm not gonna be ready financially. I mean,
So,
Go
you know that
spend
Ping going on a date?
I'm not. People have told me.
So you reject girls, but you accept guys.
Hell
Kind
yeah,
of
bro.
gay.
No, I'm not gay, bro. I'm straight. I hate
if you reject
NFTs.
girls and you accept guys, that's gay.
Bro, I only accept the homies, okay? I only sleep with the homies.
Oh.
Yeah.
So
I would have
that's
come
why
earlier, but I spent the
your
night.
ass cheek is like 8 inches long.
bruh.
Exactly. I spent the night at my friend's house after
I mean, a
meeting the
raccoon could
teacher.
fit in there.
Oh, give me a second. I'm just trying to reach out.
Okay.
I would've came earlier, but I spent the night at my friend's house after I met the teacher. You met your teacher? Come on, PC. Yeah, sorry, go ahead. That's why my. Sorry. No, I'm not sorry. I say sorry too much.
Pink.
Uh-huh.
So you know that your asshole, right, can stretch up to 8 inches without, getting any damage.
Yeah, I stretched it. What do you mean?
Okay, so find a raccoon,
And
take
stretch.
off your pants, and stretch your
No,
asshole.
that's
It's going to go
speciality.
inside.
I can't do that. Speciality.
Oh, no. He's not going to stick his ding dong in. He's going to stick his whole body in.
Oh,
You can fit 2.5 raccoons up your anus.
I didn't need to know that.
That is true. But
Meteor
if the
shower
baby
is
one,
awesome.
how many can you fit in there?
Is it finally official? True. Me and Tinel were talking about that, and it's like it's so obvious, but also I didn't say anything. More than Juan. I need to get a class fixed. Oh, I thought you were just hanging out with teachers. It's true. I saw Ping do it. Yeah, I did put 2 raccoons up my ass. That is true. Nathan, ready up, and Mugrin. That's okay.
That's kind of gay.
Tia, Mia, Sia, Ria, Tria. It's not gay.
I don't want to go to the school I'm going to right now. I want to go to a different school.
Yeah, sucks to suck, bro.
Because
I mean,
there's
way
like
for you
4
to go
teachers
to a
I
different
hate.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, I only put 1 raccoon? Oh, you're right. What was I gonna say? I don't remember. I put the other one there while you were sleeping. Meteor shower watching sounds mad nice. That's so sweet. We're invisible VC for 150 plus hours. Yeah, totally obvious. Yeah, I mean, like I was scared to join VC a lot of the time because I'm like, I don't want to bother them.
Good. No,
Not
good
gonna
to know
lie.
that it's not only me that's it's good to join any VC.
I'm not scared to join any VC, but
Oh, okay, then it's only me.
I don't think it's only you. I think a lot of people aren't, but yeah, I don't want to bother you guys. What's this feeling? I want to dip a hole in the ceiling. Amanda. You get it?
Duh.
She probably heard that so much. It's like everyone says that. Shut the fuck up.
My name is a meme, bro.
Bro, your name's not even Timmy.
No, like
Your real
my
name?
actual name's a meme.
Oh, how did I make that?
Is it Joe?
No.
Been
It's an old meme.
together.
It's a vine.
Damn.
Fine.
It starts with damn, right?
Maybe. Maybe not.
Maybe.
There's a lot of other fuck, can't speak. There's other memes that have names in it too.
We are cracked. What the fuck? We just got first. Hell yeah, baby.
Is your name
There's
Daniel?
other names. Oh. Chirp, 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 chirp. My original Twitch name was I'm the Amanda. Yeah, I know I'm not original. Okay, that's why I said I'm sure a lot of people said it. All right, bye bye.
Why are you so short, King?
Because you're so tall.
I'm
yeah.
not that tall. I'm average height.
Oh yeah, new Pokemon video is gonna come out. We're gonna end stream by going to the new Pokemon video. I'm gonna try to do daily uploads. So, if you guys don't care, just pretend you care. Click on the video. Just leave it on while you're like eating a hamburger or jerking off or whatever, and then go back to the. And then when it's done, just click on another video, and then you could exit. I mean, what?
Ping pong. We could just put the video on loop.
Yeah, but you don't need to do
And,
that. If you watch it just once, it's okay.
Instead of going to something else.
That's true. Okay, Ping, but don't strain yourself. I'll try. I thought you were going to sleep,
I think
ZZ.
people would like it more if you become bald.
I've already. I hate my hair. I want it to grow back already. Oh, with the one video a day? Thank you. I kind of want to strain myself. I don't want to burn out, but I want to strain myself, if that makes sense. Like, I want to work hard,
What way?
but I don't want to burn out. Not in that way, bro.
What way?
Don't let
You
the
want to
quality
strain
drop. It's gonna be Pokemon videos of like 2-3 minutes long, so it shouldn't be too hard to do. But yeah, I don't mind it. I love Horrible Colony. In what way am I gonna strain myself? Don't worry about it, bro. Don't worry about it. Get
a golden one.
Get it. Yeah, that's why I said even if you don't like
Yo,
Pokemon, like you could still help me out. I'm desperate. I made over 100 YouTube videos. I've streamed for over 1,500 hours. I'm desperate. I'll take anything.
Wait, so you're desperate? For
Yeah.
what?
Not for that. Well, I'm kind of desperate for that too sometimes, but then I just rub it out and
You
it's
can't
all
think of
good.
that girl that you met in Japan.
I should have what in Japan?
Remember a long time ago, you said you met a girl in Japan and you did something with her?
Oh yeah, but she was she was a bit too much. Oh, I'm waiting for my
Okay.
medicine to start walking. Oh, okay. We're losing. No, we're so bad at the team games. How so? I talked about it before on stream, but she was joxic, but not the good joxic. Yeah.
Isn't that Jock's name?
Nah, it's a meme that people with J names are toxic. She was not a nice person.
I thought that would, get you on.
You thought what?
I thought, not being nice to you would get you,
Oh, I did it. I feel like I'm playing so well. Story time. Yeah, fine. I'll say story. There was Whammon. Whammon, not nice Whammon. I have fun with Whammon. Whammon, go back
Whammon
to...
is pregnant.
Whammon is pregnant. I have 7 children. Accidental. No, we played so bad.
We played with 7. It was 200.
It was 200 children. No, she was, I don't know. We did stuff a lot. But we didn't really like each other. But then she started liking me. But I didn't really like her. And it was weird. But then she, like, opened up about how she, like about all this private stuff to, like, force me to keep being with her. And I was too, like, nice to just say fuck off. And then she moved back to the US because she was American. And I was finally...
Stupid American.
Then I finally had peace of mind. It's pretty much the short story.
But you're also a dad.
And I was a dad. My dog died, bro. Sounds fun.
Oh, well, technically you still are a dad. And everybody here is a dad.
Yeah. It was fun, but then it became not fun at all. I like the having fun part, if you know what I mean, became worse and worse when it's just, oh my god, she used to stress me so much. And I was too nice.
In what way?
In her life, in like trying to string me along when things were clearly like done. That was very bad. It's slowly trying to get better, but not fast enough. Come on, PC. She was American. Why? Why was she American? When you visit another country, when you live in another country, and you work there, more times than not, unless you have a certain personality, you're going to be spending time with other people that are doing the same thing as you. Because you gotta... Oh, doctor, you going? Thanks for the games, bro. Meteor? You doing the meteor watching? Alright, have a great one, guys. Enjoy. Mwah, mwah. Bye-bye. Thanks for the games, and thanks for popping in, guys. I appreciate it. What do you mean string you along? We were supposedly friends with benefits, and then she got attached, and then she was living with me for a month, And at a certain point, she moved out, unrelated to like us. She just had to live with me for a month because her apartment got like torn down.
Demolished.
Yeah, demolished. And then she went to live with someone else after. But when she went to live with that other person, she still wanted to do stuff. And I was like, no, I want to like break it up because this is supposedly friends with benefits. And it just felt weird. And like when she wasn't living with me, it was just weirder. And she would just find ways to like string me along. Like she started opening up about how she like certain things about her personal life that I don't want to say because I feel like it's not respectful. That like kind of pushed me to still like be with her. Otherwise, so I like the last 6. I don't remember how many months, but the last couple of months was like really bad. Before that, it was good though. See you, Rosito Dinel. I love that, Rosito Dinel. Yeah, this is a good song. Do you like it? Let's go. Oh, I fell. Okay, this is getting too dark. I hug you now. No, it's okay. It's okay.
Good luck in the game, Ping.
Thank you.
I'm rooting for you.
What are you gonna do? Aren't we in this game together?
I DC'd.
Oh, damn.
The whole game just locked out, I think.
That sucks. But yeah, that's what I mean by string me along. We supposedly ended things, but she was
in a private area.
What wasn't in private area?
I mean, just imagine putting a string in, wet area and pulling on it.
Oh, a string. Yeah, there was no,
Yeah,
there were no
imagine how
strings in
painful that
private areas. Yeah. That would have been interesting.
Only string on tooth.
Yeah. But my point there is that like relationships, even though that wasn't even really one, take a lot of commitment and time. So I just need to, and money. Not necessarily money, really, but the time aspect is like, I'm not doing that right now. If it happens, it happens, but I'm not doing it right now. Bro, the random guy on our team is so lost.
Oh.
Pull the ass string.
I'm trying to grab that, bro. What the fuck is he doing?
I don't know. It's always like this. He's trying to say, yo.
No mames, wait.
Why is he still trying? That was loud.
Sorry about that, Ping. My cat just scared me.
Yeah, it's okay. If I actually went for a person, I don't think it would turn out like that. Because the way that relationship or whatever you want to call it started was weird too. It was such a weird time. Like if I were to do something now, I would do it much smarter. Love is just blah right now. Yeah, same. You just grew an extra ass. I did. It's just it's too much. My head is in other places right now. I want to be like, I don't want to be thinking about all that shit, you know?
Right, just Ping grew an ass. Does that mean he could get butt fucked 2 times?
Yep.
Damn.
It is what it is. But it's also like I'm 25. I'm living at home. Like I'm not really making money. It would feel weird for me to look for someone now. Every time we touch. Welcome back, bruh. Nathan, you joining back?
Yeah.
Okay. Whoa. That was bad. Good try though, Moog.
Have you heard of vabbing?
Vab. I feel like you've said this earlier the other day.
No, I haven't.
I feel like you have.
It's something like that what I said from the other day, but it's not.
Okay, I don't think I have. No.
Good.
I got a pee-pee again. Wait, I'm gonna be back. I'm sorry.
Oh my.
I got a pee-pee, bro. What do you want from me? I just got a pee-pee.
My.
I can't control it.
This
Yes,
is why you
can.
read.
All right, you know what? You guys entertain them.
You did
Man,
ads. How are we
you
supposed to
hold your
entertain
peace
them?
for
No.
2 days.
Well, not everyone gets ads. Okay, bye. A guy
Okay,
from
bye.
DC was trying to marry me, and after I said I'm not interested in e-dating or dating in general, he blocked me.
Bro, Discord
fuck that guy
kids.
then. Yippee reward.
Man, ping pong is not a man.
Yeah.
He cannot even hold it in for 2 days.
I could be like cool kids.
Hi, Rosie.
The fuck?
Did you entertain? I'll take that as no. What's up, guys?
Cat. Cat.
Cat?
Cat.
Cat?
Cat.
Cat. Dog.
Cat is headbutting me.
Dog is better.
Dog is shit. Dog eat his own shit.
Dog likes eating shit, so it's okay.
Dog cannot even eat milk and cheese.
Oh. All right. Good night, ZZ. Thanks for pooping in again. Thanks for the sub. And thanks for Thanks for
Pooping in?
Yeah, pooping in.
Oh damn. He
Beep,
pooped.
beep.
He pooped in your mouth or something?
Whoa, no, just pooping regular.
Is that type of fetish of yours?
No. Poop in
Damn.
my I don't like getting pooped in the mouth, bro.
Damn, didn't know you were that type of man, Ping.
I'm a man? Thank you.
Oh, woman.
Okay. Talk.
Blueberry, please stop.
Talk. Thank you. Talk to you later. Skits on your hands. What? Shits on your hands. Whoa.
Oh, damn.
Is that why my
seriously,
hands?
Ping?
Is that why my hands are brown?
That's why your whole body is brown. You've been washing your body with your poopy hands.
It doesn't seem very smart. Rosie, what are your plans now that you're done with band practice? Oh! God night. God night to you two. What the
Fuck
hell?
God.
Why? Some people believe.
No.
Yeah.
There is no God.
You don't know that. Poop shower.
Then why didn't God stop COVID-19? Monkeypox. Why
Because
didn't stop World War II?
because
His
it could
people
be
was
it
killed.
could be a god that doesn't control, that just watches. The point is, none of us
Yes,
know.
but even his people, the Jews, what happened in World War II?
That's true. That is true. I don't know,
And what
bro.
happened back before Jesus was born? The Jews was enslaved.
That's true. I don't know,
So
bro.
you see,
Listen,
God
I'm
don't
not
exist
saying
if you
I.
don't protect his own people.
Maybe that God doesn't exist, but maybe there is a God with a different definition that does. All I know is that I don't know. And I think most of us are.
If you don't know, then how you know that you don't know?
Because I haven't. If I don't know, how do I know that I don't know? I don't know, because I don't know. There, like, you could.
But how you know that you do not know?
Oh wow, I didn't even qualify. Good job, guys. How? I know that I don't know because I don't. Because I don't know. What do you mean? It's like if I don't know what
Yeah, but like,
1
how
plus
you
1.
know that you don't
well,
really know?
well, listen. If I don't know what 1 plus 1 equals, I know that I don't know what 1 plus 1 equals, right?
Are you sure? You could
Yeah.
be suppressing stuff.
No, it's the same thing. Like if you learned something in school and you didn't know about it before, then you didn't know about it. So like you know about the concept of physics, right? But you might not know how gravity works. So you know that you don't know how it works. But you know that.
Actually, I do know how gravity works.
But that was just an example. I don't know because I don't know. Speaking facts. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Welcome back, Inky. Is everything okay?
Well, how are you sure that you don't know? If a Jew,
Because if I knew, I would
for
know that I would
example-
know.
Yeah, but ain't Jews, God people, so shouldn't they know almost everything?
I mean, if that God is real, but I don't know if he is, so.
Wait a minute,
What's
we
up,
qualified?
Mac? Yeah, somehow. I don't know. Moog
Oh.
must have played like a god.
Sorry about
I can
that. Yeah, one less team.
Again, you
thought we lost.
DC'd?
No, I thought we lost.
Bruh, you left? Alright, we gotta play even extra hard now. I made it to the New World. Ooh, you got a new fighting style? Oh, I caught up to One Piece, by the way, finally. I'm like 2 episodes behind. Everything is doing A-okay. Nice. Nice. Fighting Big Mom right now? Nice. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I guess there is one God,
Huh?
the Buddha.
Oh, you believe in Buddha?
No, it's just that, a human being trying to find enlightenment, like materialist,
Oh, yeah, I like that stuff too. Like, I like minimalism because of that, like, less materialistic and stuff, yeah.
Yeah,
But
I guess Buddha, does he really count as a god or just like somebody that found the right way?
yeah, I don't think Buddha counts as a god. Yo, good job, Mac. 50th attempt.
If you don't count as a god, then why is Buddhism is a religion?
So you're asking basically, so in your head, like, religion must have a god, right? I don't know. I haven't thought about that.
Yeah, we could make a religion of God Monkey.
I don't think a religion has to have a god. I don't think religion has to have a god. It could have like an icon, right? Like someone that people look up to or an idol. I don't think it has to have a god per se, though. Wait, no, it must have a god.
Like fans
I'm
of
gonna look it up.
Superman as a religion because they look up to Superman.
I feel like there's more like, I think the real definition of religion probably has to include like a god of some sort, but like the colloquially, like, people will say that something is a religion when it kind of really isn't, but maybe not. Let me read. The belief in worship of a superhuman controlling power, especially a personal god or gods, a particular system of faith and worship, a pursuit or interest to which someone ascribes supreme importance. Yeah, I guess you don't need a god. You just need like a worldly like thing. So like in Buddhism, enlightenment is kind of the god of Buddhism, maybe,
Mm.
Religion just needs
So
an
we could
idea,
say
yeah.
that Flash and the speed thing that he has is like a god if people believe in it.
Flash, you said?
Yeah, you know how Flash have a superpower and there's a thing that
Yeah,
could
if
make him
people,
go fast.
I guess if
Yeah,
people
like what
believe
happens
in,
if people like make a religion out of that.
I guess so, yeah. I guess people can make religions out of like superheroes and stuff. I mean, people made religions out of pretty crazy stuff. But that's the thing. It's like, when would one consider it an actual religion? I'm not sure. I almost died. Hands Up is one of my favorite openings now. Nice. Nice that you became a supernova too. Very nice. Sorry, my big keyboard. You always screaming. Ping! Wait, are we talking politics? Not.
Yeah, we're talking about religion. And
Talking
how
about
false it is.
religion. I don't think necessarily politics, but I guess everything relates to politics at the end of the day. Or at least that's what I've heard. Cult of
Not all
Monkey.
stuff.
Yeah, like, is a cult a religion? Or can a cult be a religion? I don't know.
Well, I mean, what type of cult you have to speak of?
Well, if you have a big
'Cause
belief
there are
in
some cults that don't really have the thing that you're talking about.
which cult doesn't have the thing I'm talking about?
I can't really remember the name, but it was like some shit that said like the end of the world is coming.
Yeah, yeah.
like,
So that
people-
was their big belief, right?
Mm.
I don't know.
Like, do you count that as a god, like, or like something like to enlightenment or something like that?
But I think if you have a big idea, kind of like what Dinell said, then maybe from the definition I read online, it seems like you could have a religion, right? So if people believe that, yeah, people believe Ping is the best gamer ever. Like, if people believe the truth, basically. Ah! That's what you get, you piece of shit!
But like, what's the
Sorry.
real definition of the truth? Like, what is true?
Damn, that's deep. So far, I'm on wave 20 of Big Mom Raid. 30 waves. Okay. I hope you beat it. Magma fruit is best. Oh, nice.
But people, yeah, but like, what is the truth? What is the real truth?
Truth is something that doesn't change. So, I don't know. Truth is something that is, regardless of what you think about it.
Truth is you. Truth is I. Truth is everything. Have you seen Fullmetal Alchemist? Where like
yes,
the truth. I found that
But if
dope.
truth is everything, then what if something was false? Would that
I
still
don't,
be true?
truth is not everything. I don't think so, but
Is everything not true? Truth, everything exists.
well, it depends.
So it must be true.
It depends on your definition of true. Like, if you're saying truth in the sense of like it existing, I mean, yes, but technically not even, unless you regard like thoughts as existence. Game is the best pinger ever. Thanks, bro.
But if you like putting things that exist,
Truth is max penis.
then
Sorry, go ahead.
wouldn't truth be something that is not God?
Bro, I don't know, man. I think truth is pretty simple. Like, if I go to, it's true that I streamed yesterday. With the definitions of what we as a society collectively use for what streaming means and what yesterday means and all these things, then it is true that I streamed yesterday. Like, that's a factual statement. It's as simple as that. Oh.
Yeah, but like, what happened, if something is false, would that still be considered the truth?
Bro, I can't with the keyboard. Oh.
Bro,
That was
how
close,
are you playing
guys.
with the keyboard?
I hate it. The controller is like, it's okay. I'll get used to it. Controller's getting annoying. Dinell. They love you, bro.
Chain. Everybody loves me, bro.
I love you.
Who
bro.
wouldn't love me? Other than
Wait, did it
you know who?
True.
Wait,
No.
Let me lower
no,
your volume a
that's
bit.
true.
The world is a hallucination fueled by oxygen because when you stop breathing, everything goes away. Yeah, but it's not a hallucination. Unless you think that reality happens after you die. But there's no way to prove that, so it's like,
Well, I mean,
why-
it's true because, nobody could really come back into this sub-state if it is true.
Everybody always says Dino, but no one says pickles.
Fuck pickles.
Dental,
Dino is
dental,
cooler.
dental, dental,
Hello,
dental, dental, dental,
030.
Oh, TTS says Dental. I didn't know that.
Dino.
Dental.
Why is everyone obsessed with Dino? I don't know,
Because
but
they forgot the accent.
Inky's not. But you know, I don't know. Because it's Dino. Oh, there you go. This is a good explanation.
What is truth? Well, according to my psychology class,
That's what I sound like. It sounds like dental. Yeah.
Yo.
When Dino goes for dental, they always like get confused.
I asked Jimmy for dental. He said no.
This is my fastest run. My last fastest was 15 minutes. Oh, picklers! Wow, Moog didn't even say pickles. She said picklers. I'm totally obsessed with one person here, though, but I'm not telling. I wonder who. Katie, right? Katie rated recently. Check out the bots channel if you want, I guess. I don't know.
But anyway, if we can make a religion out of anything, right?
Uh-huh.
Does that mean we can make a religion out of fucking
Pickles
food?
SSSSS.
Pickles,
Yes.
SSSS. There probably is a religion out of fucking food. I don't know.
Is this a cult? Can we make this into a religion?
What's the difference between a cult and a
We're
religion?
just gonna make a cult called pickles.
I don't know,
all
but
we
we
do
can
is
make
eat
this into a
pickles.
religion, though.
We could.
All we need
Really?
is a place to meet, a pastor or some sort of person to lead, and we need it to be consistent, like on the date.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, then we really got that.
That's all we
Listen
need to
to
make it into a
Discord.
religion, and we can classify this as a religion
Is
legally.
that true, or are you just bullshitting?
Yeah, I'm not fucking with you. We can.
Wait,
We can
really?
be like, yes.
So we can make
Wait,
a
we should
ping
become.
pong
We
cult.
should make a religion this month. That should be our goal. That'll be mad funny. All right, we're making a religion tomorrow.
And I think you just need 2 or more people, like a club.
Oh, you need 4
There is no
people, actually.
difference. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to. But I'm genuinely trying to understand what's the difference between a religion and a cult. Like, it seems like it requires the same things to be either of them, but now I'm fighting a mom that is big on wave 30. Oh, you're already there. Let's go. Katie, no. Yeah, it's
think
me,
a
Inky. I know.
cult requires you to live with them, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, but
Because
then when
cults-
you technically count as the beginning
Promiscuous
of
motive.
Christianity of cult,
as,
because
as a cult leader in my game, I get followers and they all live with me and they do as I say.
Let me look
And
it up.
so you,
I'm
if
curious.
you could say that you could become the biggest. Actually, I'm not going to say it. It's probably TOS.
Difference between cult and religion? Joke. No, I'm just genuinely curious. That's what popped up. A religion belongs to the wider culture. Its adherents come and go freely. A cult tends to be countercultural. Ah, okay. So a cult is like anti-society, I guess.
Yeah, where
Dental.
I get to take control. I take control of it and like make it so like everybody does as I say.
Yeah, but like, wait, wouldn't that mean that Christianity back when kings and stuff like that was still around? Wouldn't that be a cult?
I think
'Cause-
so.
I don't know.
Yeah, because I remember.
Well, no, no.
Listening,
Well,
you were typing.
no, it said,
do you say? What do you say?
wouldn't Christianity also be a cult by that definition? I heard. Bro, I'm a multi-tasker. Okay, whatever.
I can't do that. I was reading your messages.
It's hard to do sometimes, for sure, but I tried. Wait, you tried for the TTS or for your computer? No, it's not. Religion is worshiping a god, and cult is a person or object. Oh. But
Who's here?
but
Rosie.
Yeah, so Christianity would
Hey,
be a cult.
Rosie!
because There's a higher up power.
I don't know. Like Christianity, isn't Jesus considered like the son of God?
Yes.
Isn't that pretty close? Isn't that kind of culty?
Mhm. And also, isn't like there like a second power, the Pope, that people still have, give him
worship
a
him?
lot of power.
I don't.
Oh, I wouldn't say he has power, but he has influence.
Yeah, I've heard that, but isn't it just like
Yeah,
the
but
Queen of
influence
England?
took him power.
Influence is
Yeah.
power, yeah. But isn't it like the Queen of England where they technically have powers on the books, but it's not like they can actually do anything with that? I don't know if the
What?
Pope can do
Like
anything.
I
the
mean,
Pope
But
says
I
that
know for the Queen of
if
England
he
to kill
says,
people in front of police and to get away with it.
Rosie said, "Oh
I,
my lord."
I think he's only has enough power as the people that follow him allow
Well,
him to
yeah,
have
yeah,
it.
that makes sense. I'm all about the TST textbook definitions. Yeah, me too.
It's kind of
Then
like
wouldn't
Me
that
too.
mean,
Because
like
because
insane, crazy people that believe in that religion strongly will give him a lot of power?
yeah, but I don't know.
yeah. I mean, if people give him power, then they give him power. But if people don't give him power, he's just influencing. You know? I don't know. Say like he says
Yeah, but
everybody gets popsicles, and everybody's like, yeah, everybody gets popsicles, and then everybody gets popsicles. That's influence.
Yeah.
yeah,
But
but influence could become power.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It can, but it depends on the people too. Like, if the Pope says everybody gets popsicles, and everybody's like, no, because that costs money, and we're not gonna just give them away.
Hmm.
So then, it's limited to the people. Like the people
But
have
you guys
power.
are just talking about power and influence now.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. That's what he's saying. If the Pope has power,
Oh yeah, that's true.
and I'm like, yeah, but not really.
I mean, certain things the Pope says people follow, right? Probably.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I
So that's why
mean,
we need to assassinate the Pope.
Huh?
that'd be funny.
What?
Yo, you
What?
heard it
Kill
here
him.
first.
Nah,
Nathan.
I don't think we need to
Nathan's
assassinate
gonna-
anyone.
Not my fault.
I don't think we need to assassinate anyone except like one or two people, but or maybe more than one or two, but not the
Who would
Pope.
you
So, can
assassinate if you could
the
assassinate them?
Pope
If I
the
could assassinate
Queen,
someone,
and
I-
King?
you know, to be completely honest, even then, to be completely honest, I don't know who I would assassinate. Because if you assassinate like a really evil person, but that really evil person was holding society down, then it could turn into chaos, and another evil person could just become leader. So it's like,
But you could always assassinate that person.
but it'll just keep going. Like, so I
Yeah,
don't
but,
know
like,
if I
you know,
would
when
assassinate
society
anyone.
keep
I would
on
assassinate Jeff
progressing-
Bezos.
I
He
wouldn't.
seems. You listening to me, Bezos? I'm after you.
Hey,
I'm
I'm gonna
just
get I've never seen this like this. I'm gonna get banned, bruh. Nah.
Hey,
Watch your
Pete.
account be gone by tomorrow morning. You get a letter from Jeff, a video message that like explodes after like 3 seconds.
The funny thing is, they don't even like. I'm pretty sure Twitch loses like Amazon loses money on Twitch. They don't use Twitch for the streaming services per se. They use it for like the
Amazon Prime.
no. They use it. There's some software that was created for. How did I fall there? For
Twitch.
yeah, for and or by Twitch. I think they bought Twitch because they had that software already implemented, and they basically just took that software and used it for some other part of Amazon. I don't remember exactly what it was. I don't remember the
I feel
details.
like it would be streaming because you stream video on Twitch.
Yeah,
and
it
it'd
might be
like,
something.
You have the
for-
code.
Yeah.
Made it so.
Every time military kills the leader, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, I was thinking of Taliban. I was thinking of like Hamas and
Oh,
like certain like terrorist organizations in the world. Like when the leader is gone, when the leader is gone, a lot of the time it's just like it's more chaos, it's more innocent people dying, and then another leader comes out of nowhere.
but
No,
like,
that's
thing,
something
all you
else,
have to do is kill everybody that's under the leader.
You can't kill
Then
everybody.
kill the leader.
People always make more babies, right?
Look,
I'll
we
make
almost,
however many I
make
need to.
animals extinct, right? Why can't? Who said that we cannot do it to people?
Oh, I almost quit by
Just like
accident.
the white rhinos, how we'll almost make them extinct. We can make people extinct also.
I mean, I guess yeah, you could nuke all of North Korea, and then South Korea could take over North Korea, but we're just not willing to do
But I
that
mean,
as a
they
society,
can't
right?
really because the radiation.
Yeah, I guess that's the point there too. But also, like
Like,
everyone,
there have to be
listen,
millions of you.
everyone is connected. You kill millions of people in North Korea. They know, by virtue of like just being a person, they know like a bunch of other people, right? So you're literally like affecting millions, if not tens of millions of
but
people.
you said North Korea.
Yeah.
Who else is going to be outside of North Korea besides, non-North Korean?
South Koreans, North Koreans that fled to South Korea or to the U.S. or other countries, like
Yeah,
people
but
have
like most
relatives
of them,
there.
wouldn't
Yeah,
really
North Korea is
care, would
probably
they?
like the best place you could say, oh, let's nuke that, and people would be like, it's okay. But even then, it's like there's a lot of innocent people there, you know.
Monkey do
Yo,
back.
what's up,
True,
Oak?
but like,
Innocent, no?
on, like it would just be bring them out of the suffering.
Yeah, but they're not. A lot of them are not suffering because they don't even know what the real world is like. Ah, you asshole! I couldn't do anything, Inky.
Sitting
Oh,
to a wall, looking at the shadows.
Yeah, it's like that, right? Ignorance is bliss sometimes. Like when people don't know about what they could get out of life, it doesn't affect them. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't
Like the thing is that could be fixed, right? But like,
well, let me reach chat for a second.
Past technology could even save like millions of North Koreans.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, agree to disagree there. Let me just read chat for a second. I appreciate the idea of Jesus. He went around using his God power to heal and help people and encourage others to be good people and forsake evil. Look at the Taliban. Every time the military... Yep. I wouldn't assassinate anyone. I'd like to take all the assholes and put them on an island and let them be shitty to each other. I mean, I guess. But, like, if you think about it, like, genuinely, like, it's not so easy, right? Like, the U.S. went into a lot of other countries trying to, like, quote-unquote fix them. And you could say, oh, oil and all this stuff. But you could also say they legitimately tried to put, like, puppet governments and tried to, like, bring democracy. It's not an easy thing to do. Hamas makes me mad because it's so close to hummus, and hummus is... Well, it's hummus. If you want to say hummus, you go hummus. Kids get radicalized seeing their parents die. Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. Lamau.
Wait, what does radical mean, King?
You made me die there. What? What did you say?
What did that mean? Radical is radical?
Radical means you're very extreme to one side of an issue. So, like, kids normally don't...
Boobs.
Huh?
You heard me.
Say it again? I didn't hear it clearly.
You didn't hear... Someone clip it.
Okay.
Wait, what do you think?
I don't know. He said something boobs. I was like, what?
I'm pretty sure he was saying...
How you doing, Tree?
that you have boobs or something, Pink.
Let's go, Oak. I don't have boobs. I have little boobs. I have like little boobies, but
I can't wait to hold them.
like an example of
what?
I can't wait for you to feel them,
What,
bro.
Tina?
Huh? I've only ever
You know
played
what
once
you
though.
said?
That's fine, Oak. That's fine. He said he can't wait to feel them, and I don't blame him.
I'm gonna juggle them. Bro, this has gone too far. Okay, I'm gonna stop.
Yeah, you gotta keep
No,
it.
no, no,
Keep the dirty talk for when you
continue,
get here.
continue.
I just
Hey,
said
Tina,
boobs
you
or
better
moogs.
record that shit.
Normal talk between D and P. Yeah, this VOD's getting deleted.
Now it's going up on YouTube. You guys have full party? Nope. Where'd
Nope,
Moog
you only
go?
have 2 people.
Where'd Moog go?
Moo hasn't joined. Oh wait, that's Ink.
Yeah. So, what did I want to say?
But Pink, look,
Oh yeah. So radicalized would be like Nathan. Like if a kid picks up a gun, like most kids don't shoot people, right, to kill them.
I mean, I will.
Okay, but I'm saying most kids don't. So, if
Well, I mean, when once kids, show the true color, then yes.
no, most kids don't though, right? Like, let's
don't
say
know
Most kids
that.
probably do.
let's say you make an argument that naturally people would, but like 9 or 10-year-olds are not going to be picking up guns or thinking about that. No, I didn't kick you.
Well, I mean, they're grabbing toy guns, so they'll just think, oh, toy gun.
Yeah, okay. I mean like a real gun. Most kids aren't picking up real guns
like-
and desiring to kill
Yeah, but,
people.
they won't know the difference between a real gun and a toy gun.
But they will
so-
know the difference
they'll
of like
just say,
they know the difference of killing someone and not killing someone, right? Or like someone
but,
lying
they're
down on the
thinking
floor
with
with the
toy
blood
gun,
coming out.
And they will start shooting people, which will kill people. And after they feel that rush, they're going to keep on doing it.
Okay, the point is right now, generally people don't, right? Kids don't. Pick up a real
if you
gun.
go with what I said, then yes.
But they don't pick up a real gun and kill people.
But they'll think it's a damn toy. It happened in the news many
it's
times.
not the same
But
thing.
kids thought... Look, Pink, I have a video of a kid shooting
Jimmy, you're funny.
And himself.
Jimmy's funny.
My friend showed me a video of two siblings. One shot themselves in the head, and it was very sad. The other one shot himself in the damn leg, thinking that it was a toy gun.
Okay, thinking it was a toy gun. If they knew it was a real gun, do you think they would want to shoot themselves in the leg or shoot someone else?
Probably.
Knowing, wait, listen. Knowing that it would kill people.
Probably some kids, because
okay, yeah, probably some kids, but most kids wouldn't, right?
But I mean, you already know, what's the majority of kids, that have a good childhood, and ones that are having a bad childhood.
Sure, but like our point is like,
so like you could say that the majority is the bad kids.
But in some like in a lot of terrorist organizations, they teach kids to pick up a gun and like kill people, and to make it a normal thing. That's not normal for like anyone in America. Like
normal to it, right? They could betray the terrorist group and kill the top up leader and anybody in that room.
Bro, you're changing topics. Whatever.
But it's true though.
What age are the kids? They're like
how to have their own compass.
I don't know. They're like 10 years old.
They
and stuff.
will learn, to try to like fix what they have done wrong.
All right, bro. Whatever. I was just trying to tell you what radicalization is. So I'm on 4 to 5 days with barely any service.
Nice. Killing people.
Continuing on. Fall Guys.
I'm waiting for Stinky Inky.
I don't think she's coming back.
Pink's hoping, okay?
What do you mean? She said wait. So I'm just waiting.
She really?
Yeah. it's literally that simple. I miss Chimmy. Oh.
Jimmy who?
Thanks for the lurk, Moog. Chimichungus. He went to become a pirate. And Rosie encouraged it. I only have HOB. HOB? HBO Disney. Oh, HBO Disney and Crunchy. I used to have Crunchyroll. I had to get rid of it. That no money, and then I just started using Zoro, which Mac told me about, and my brother and Nathan. So yeah.
And I have multiple other websites for anime that Zoro do not have.
Okay, I mean Zoro has like most stuff that I look for. I don't even watch anime that much. Sorry, I'm back. I'm sorry, you're back too. But I'm sorry. I got the year pay. Nice. Oh.
And this is why you don't pull nobody, Pink.
Yep. HBO, Netflix, Disney Plus. Nice. Now, if the age was more like 15, 16, yes. Yeah, if they're a teenager, I'd understand. Did Joe miss me? I did.
Recommendation.
But Nathan's interrupting. Yeah. What's your recommendations?
Call of the Night.
For what? What is that?
Anime.
Oh. Bro, I literally have like 10 other anime to catch up on. But
you gotta watch Spy X Family, bro.
Yeah, I watched like 2 episodes and I stopped. Yeah. Can I join? Yeah, you could join.
Episode 3.
My streamer. Oh, she's on the Discord, Rosie. You missed out. She talks a lot on the Discord.
I mean, no, the manga is way better than the anime. No, to be honest.
When you can't talk to your own chat.
Yeah, whoever has the streamer role can just join whenever they want. If I'm on the streamer thing. If I want to stop talking to you guys, I'll ban. I'll not ban. I'll deafen myself. But
someone's gonna lose their power.
Look at these muscles. Wait, Dinky Inky, do you have the power? I think you do.
She does.
Yeah.
He does.
She did.
Moog doesn't.
Moog does. What do you mean Moog doesn't?
She says
Moog just never joins.
Hello?
Oh my god, you're so loud.
Yeah, no, everyone was loud today when I turned Discord on.
Do I actually not have you on? Are you lying to me?
He removed it.
Dude, everybody's here.
You have it. You literally have it. It's right here.
Let's end stream.
Wow. We're gonna play a little more Fall Guys, and then watch Jubilee, and then we'll end stream.
Okay. Wait, what do you mean? Not Moog doesn't. What did you say? Not me.
To have the streamer role, she does. Inky join. I think that's what she meant. You're working on Soul Eater.
Hold on, I'm trying to join right now.
Join.
Should I join?
Right now, I'm joining.
That's so loud. Oh my.
Nah.
All right, I decreased it.
Why am I so loud?
No, don't be sorry, Rosie. You're good. So what?
Okay. How do
Yeah,
I?
What were you about to say, Danelle? You sound so what?
Mexican, he was gonna say.
No,
Dude,
something else.
yeah, there
How
you
do
are,
I
Moog.
like? How do I? Okay.
You have to add
invite
me as a
Oh,
friend. You have to add me as a friend. What's your thing?
Ming,
What's
stop
your
hating
fuck
women.
me? Mine's it's easier. It's Aninky TV.
Okay, I added.
King is hating
I
women
added
right
you.
now.
He
Stop!
is.
I'm not.
He's yelling.
I'm trying to read
You're
chat.
yelling at a
Yes.
woman.
I'm trying to read chat, and you guys. I waxed a piece of my leg
Okay,
today.
invite me.
I know Pink's
Invite
favorite song.
me.
Oh my god! I'm gonna mute y'all to talk to chat for a second. Gee, let's start a podcast, bro. Wait, you troll a lot, Chimmy. If you're 100% legit down, or like to join on Triple G's or something or whatever, I would be down. That I would love to do a podcast. So much going on. I know, right? I waxed a piece of my leg yesterday. I'm an old school pirate. Used Napster before Metallica ruined it. Oh yeah, I heard a little bit about that. How do you like Soul Eater so far, Oak? And why'd you wax your leg? I said Nami because Dinell hinted that someone might lose their role. Oh, I'm dumb. Not you only. All right, I'm back. Good joke with woman, bro.
Yo, Ping.
Oh,
Yo.
Okay, I got it.
What would you
my
rather
God.
call an inky? Inky or an inky?
Stinky.
Oh my god. Okay.
See, I
we're
told
good.
you. It sounds better.
Inky is better. Inky. But an Inky is fine because I could just
Right?
say Inky.
Exactly.
The song's for me. Thank you. What do you want to do it about? It's a buff frog. Yeah. Whatever you want to. We could do politics. We could do psychology. Whatever you want, Jimmy.
Bro, where the fuck is this cable?
That stuff is more
And
interesting to me,
Inky.
though.
I have this box of cables that are all tangled, and I'm untangling them all just to find one
I'm
cable.
just saying, if someone calls me Aninky one more time, I'm not gonna respond. Just
What'd
saying.
you say, an Inky? Sorry. I'll be right back. I'm on Triple's podcast, but he's been working a lot and hasn't been recording. Oh, okay. I don't want to steal you from his podcast, though, but if you could do both, then that would be cool. My sister asked if she could, so she just waxed her leg. You like the adrenaline rush? Fair. What is this song? Oh, you're in. I like that song. You skipped my song. Damn. I want to do my full leg now. It was fun. How's it? Damn, you crazy, bro.
Inky.
Oak is crazy. All right, I'm back.
Welcome
What'd
back.
you say?
Is
Ping
it-
and Ingy.
Yeah, bro. I can't speak right now.
Pink and Inky is Pinky.
Yeah.
Oh.
Apple Dinky. That'll be Inky and
Pinky.
Dinell.
Bro, do you ever just stub your pinky?
Nope. That wouldn't be in my
Subbing your
background.
pinky. That's tough.
Bro, this is so annoying.
You're annoying. I'm just kidding.
I have to untangle a whole box of fucking cables just to find one cable.
That sounds like a
Just
you
rip
problem,
them all.
bro.
No, it sounds like my
The
brother problem.
seesaw, I don't
Oh.
like this one.
Dinero.
I hate this one. I'm gonna quit. I'm just kidding.
Dinero? Don't quit after all that.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I do. You know, I do that a lot
Who?
now too. I say I'm just kidding right after because I don't know if people take me seriously when I say jokes.
Why? Because that
As you
woman
should,
hater?
instead of apologizing.
Yeah,
just say
like
kidding.
woman eater. Yeah, I was like, I'm just joking. I'm not a woman hater. Like,
But Ping,
Oh,
you are.
Yo, I'm
Tell
about to
me
fall.
when
I'm
you
about to
are
fall. I'm about to
green.
fall.
You hate women.
It's called Fall Guys, so.
yeah, it's okay. I'm not a woman hater.
You know
Jesus.
what? You know what?
Oh yeah, Rosie. Everyone thinks I'm a woman hater now because one time on stream I jokingly said that I was a woman hater. I don't even remember what I said.
No, you didn't jokingly
Literally.
say. You said,
Don't forget
I
your
gave
conversation
you
on that
a
dude.
strike because you're a woman.
Dude.
Oh yeah, I said something like that. It was funny.
Hey, Ping, did you forget already about that Jewish girl that you hating on?
I didn't hate on the Jewish.
If
oh my
I
God.
disconnect, it's not my fault.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
We would have done my entire leg, but my sister didn't have enough wax strips. Damn. Dinero. I need dinero. Are you talking about Dinel? Dinel, I got you already. Pink, you what? I don't hate women. I
He
just,
does.
I don't.
He
I-
literally.
I hate
There's
selective
literally-
women. Okay, I'm joking.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I'm
JK,
kidding.
he doesn't hate
JK.
women.
I don't hate.
Oh,
He's
no,
also
he does. He
homophobic.
does.
He made a homophobic looking pride flag. What does that even look like? I don't even know what that looks like.
That's homophobic.
Oh yeah, I should know how it looks
Die.
like. You're right. I'm sorry.
Die.
I'm ignorant, not homophobic.
Who made? Am I the only who? Okay, who made it? Who made it?
You're lagging, bro.
I don't know. We need an idea and a title. True.
I'm lagging for real.
Yes. Unless it's just for me.
How often would
Dang,
you be
am I
down
lagging?
for doing it? You're fine.
You were.
Selective
No,
woman.
I
I'm
was.
It was joking. I don't
guess.
I don't hate women, okay? I don't
He
like
does.
I don't even think about that. I don't care if someone's honestly,
Ping's racist.
I'm racist, but I don't hate women. No, honestly, that's not no. That was a joke. That's a joke. Honestly,
JK,
bro.
JK.
Oh my god. Honestly, the women viewers tend to be more chill. I'm just saying that. Like the craziest
Honestly.
people tend to be like guys in chat. So
Dude, Inky's kind of.
I mean,
Yeah,
there's
like that one
something
person
about you
yesterday.
that makes us angry at you.
Inky, what about me?
moan. The pride flag
Yeah.
you made,
Yeah,
that's for sure.
True.
I hate a woman, just one though. Oh, okay. So now my chat is sexist too.
Bro, they're
Down.
the sexiest. What do you mean?
Vegas, Elvis movie was
Lol.
pretty cool. Oh yeah.
Bro, my friend spam added me
Wait,
to
didn't we
play
talk about
CS:GO.
Elvis movie recently? Did that just come out? Once a week, once every 2 weeks? I'm good with either of those, yeah.
Bro, Elvis is
Yeah,
still alive.
Oak, you're very chill. That is true.
Elvis
Elvis is not. Elvis is dead.
Oh, no, he's still
Okay.
alive.
Oh my.
That's why I say generally Oak. Not everyone, you know?
Well,
Sorry.
there's a
No,
movie
he's
on.
dead.
no,
Deceased. R.I.P.
Elvis died. Okay?
talk.
Just like Technoblade. R.I.P.
King, what do you mean? Elvis is
Oh my
still
God,
alive.
Ping.
You
What?
can't. It's too early, bro.
Bro, I
It's so
don't.
Especially for
fucking
someone
early.
with 16 million subs. You can't say that right
Well,
now.
he just doesn't have any subs now. He's dead.
Yes, he does.
Yes, oh
and he's
my
also
God,
made. He's
uh,
also made a few
Ping,
$100,000.
Well, it doesn't matter. He's dead. He can't use it. Like, what do you want from me?
for
like,
the cancer,
He is
Minecraft
he's
for
running all
cancer.
activities.
Oh my God, you're gonna get canceled. You're just gonna get canceled.
I
right
don't
now.
care. I never knew Technoblade. It's
Things can
okay.
get deported.
What
Oh
deport? I was born here,
God.
bro. I got the worst
We wanna
chat.
get deported to Russia.
You're
I'm
like
not
us
from
in here, bro.
Russia. Stop ping.
Literally, you're letting. Dude, I'm getting hit by this stupid thing.
Whatever.
We
Too
go to your
soon,
family,
ka?
you know,
When is it? When is it
Africans
too
from
soon?
Russia?
Wait. How do you know when it's not too soon for things? Like, is there a
When
date?
everyone
Is it?
stops talking about him,
That was quick.
I never talk about him. Okay.
you don't.
I got
Other
3
people-
points.
Alrighty then.
I got 3.
No one
Good
in my
job.
house ever talks about
Thank
Technoblade.
you. I
And that-
appreciate it. I
Good
appreciate
job, I guess. Yeah, whatever.
My family always talks about Technoblade.
Are you a
Well, my
whammon?
brother
Oak?
was in
That's
love
fine.
with Technoblade.
Well,
That's so
Parents
cute.
watch Technoblade.
that's pretty sad, bro.
Lying. My actually no. My parents watched the dad's Technoblade fucking video
Free
thing.
video?
Oh, the last
Yeah.
one that he posted. That was.
Well, I don't know if he
Parents
posted it. He
wanted to
was
say-
dead,
No,
right?
his dad did.
Yeah.
His dad posted it.
No, he Technoblade wrote like a last letter and he read it on.
All right,
the
but
video.
who pressed the post video button? Like,
His
I don't
dad.
think it
Oh
was
my
him.
God,
I'm just saying it wasn't
Ping.
him. That's all I'm saying. I'm not.
You've got to be like
Okay,
that.
you
I.
Come
I can
on.
say
Ping,
that I
Ping,
can't kill
Ping,
count.
I'm leaving the chat.
Ping is
I'm
dead
leaving
as-
I'm
the chat.
joking. I'm joking. You
Pink
could
is
say
dead
whatever.
as-
it is.
That's too soon, dog. Like,
What dog? Now you're gonna talk about my dead dog, bro? That's not too
Nah.
soon, bro.
Ping is dead
Y'all
as
are
dog.
funny.
I'm not-
You're
That
funny.
thing is
Bro.
random dude.
When someone is dead, when I die, if people joke about it the next day, I'll be happy. Okay.
Well, that's you.
Aw.
Why? Because you'll be relevant.
Yeah, because I'll be relevant. Exactly.
Dude,
You
I'm
just
about to
let
die
me
right now.
Make jokes about me being dead.
All
Wait,
right.
wait. Pete, which one are you? Which one are you?
Don't worry about it. Don't hold me. How soon?
He pressed tab, you can see.
Wait. Can I read chat for a
Press
second?
red,
Can I?
press red.
How soon is too
Deafen,
soon to be
fucker.
an anti-feminist? I never said that.
No.
I'm not getting deported.
Pete.
If you're still mourning, all right. If you're still mourning
Pete.
Harambe, that's a you problem. Okay.
Bro, Harambe was my
Imagine
guy,
that.
bro.
Hell,
Bro.
nothing. Pink, where are you?
I'm just joking. I love Harambe.
Ping.
I
Ping.
think I
Ping,
still
come
I
over
still
here.
cry about him.
Ping.
Stop.
Ping.
Ping,
I-
ping, ping.
I feel
Let
so
me give you a
popular.
hug. Ping.
Stop. If we lose because you guys are playing dumb, then that would be kind of funny. But also, like, can we win?
No.
No.
Ah!
What are you talking about Harambe?
Yo, ping. You're not sexist anymore. You're deadist.
You know what? I'll
'Cause you're
take that.
making fun
I'll
of
take
me.
that. I'd rather get the anti. Oh, I'd rather get
Oh,
the.
Mike. You're lagging.
Okay, what did I say that was
I
bad?
don't care. I don't care if I'm lagging.
What did I say that was bad about Technoblade? All I said was he's dead. Is that not true? I didn't say I'm happy he's dead. I'm not. Like, it sucks.
You said you're
No, you're
happy.
fine.
I'm not. I didn't say that.
Bro, ping just said
Stop
it, bro.
clipping.
Clip that.
I need attention. Yeah, that's what everyone in chat needs, attention. That's what I try to give you guys. But then they come in VC because they want attention, and it's just hard, you know? You know what else is hard?
Fine, I'm leaving then.
No, no,
What else
no,
is
no,
hard?
it's okay.
This.
Whoa, Timmy.
I
Why are you
didn't
sharing
say
your
it,
screen,
you said
bro?
it. I'm not.
Bro, when I die, I'm gonna ping my last pong.
Bye. Just kidding. Lol.
That was a good one.
When Pink
Jamie.
dies, I'm going to go to his grave and put beef and pork on it.
Beef is fine.
Wait, but
bro.
where are you
That's
gonna like,
fucked up.
actually like if you die, like what would you like where
You
in New
talk
York?
about Harambe.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know where I'm
die in
gonna
New
die. What the heck?
York.
Maybe I'm on the
That's
plane to Japan and
true.
I die.
Oh, but-
Bro, imagine the plane crashes into a tower. No way.
Hello?
Bro, too soon, bro. What the fuck? What's up, Bean? What's up? Chicks out for Harambe,
I'm so
indeed.
sorry. I was joking. I didn't laugh. I didn't laugh. I didn't laugh.
It was
Bro,
good
I'm
though,
literally a
wasn't
New
it?
Yorker. I have a relative who died on 9/11.
El Blozo, bro.
Bro, it's okay. I didn't really know her, so.
Exactly. So El
Yeah,
Bozo.
but no, listen, that's not. Yo,
Hey,
you're
it's
from
not
New York.
my fault that she died.
Can I just stand here?
I love you, Bean.
What's
Sorry.
up, Bean?
I'm yelling.
Wow.
See, Ping, we're the best entertainment for your stream, bro.
No, Bean is.
Just play. Focus on the game. We'll
But there's a
entertain
very
you.
high
Focus on the
possibility that you will
game.
get banned.
Are you
Well,
freaking serious?
I'm
Y'all
just
are
trying.
dead already?
I'm
Who's
trying to
dead?
reach chat
Who's
too
dead?
because, like Oak said, they need attention.
Deafin then.
Yeah, you're right.
Who's dead? Who is seriously dead right now?
Technoblade. sorry.
Oh,
Bro,
You
can
asked who's
say-
dead, bro.
No, Ping, you can say who's dead, but don't laugh, bro. What the fuck?
I'm not laughing, bro. I didn't even say who's
Motherfucker
dead.
started
I
laughing.
didn't even say who's dead. I literally just said Technoblade. I said a name.
You said Technoblade, they went, ha ha.
Yeah, because it's
Shut up,
it's a good joke. That's why. If you don't pay attention to me, I will literally take every sub back. Oh my God, Bean! Bean, what's up? How are you? Sorry. Go ahead.
Don't mind me. I'm just gonna cry.
Why?
oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's
Bro, how am I playing on
cry all you
freaking
want.
this console, bro?
Ping, what's the best part about streaming?
Ending stream.
What do you do when you end
Let's
stream?
go! Let's go! Even with all this bullshit, we win. Let's go.
Wait. Did Ping die and win, or did you guys win?
No,
for him?
he win.
I'm just a god.
He won.
I'm a god.
He didn't die, basically.
I'm a god. Wow.
We
Okay.
win.
Pan.
We won. I mean,
We
won.
win. We win.
I was joking. My favorite part of stream is when Rosie comes in.
Okay, for
We
Pink, not
win.
ending and end right now.
No, you did not hear
Yes.
that.
Yo,
You did not
clip
hear
that shit. Clip that shit.
No.
Right?
Bro, motherfucker said we win.
You're laughing way too hard from that.
But it's funny, bro. She said we win.
Excuse me.
Ping is over this shit.
We win. We
Literally.
wait. WAN is wide area network, right?
Oh my
I don't
God,
know,
you
bro.
nerd.
I don't know.
Bro,
What is the way?
I'm a
Do you know the
nerd.
way?
If I was a
Do
nerd,
you know the way?
I wouldn't be streaming. I would be.
That's cap.
Exactly.
That's cap.
Boom.
How's that cat?
What flavor is your
Roasted.
toes?
Because
Roasted.
What? Wait, what? What the fuck did this motherfucker just say? What flavor is your toes?
What? Who said
That's
that?
Danelle.
What is the way?
Motherfucker
Oh,
said,
that is a
what
cute
flavor are
doggo.
your toes?
I think they're high, guys.
Why is she laughing so hard?
She laughs at everything.
Bro, watch.
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 No,
No, I got this.
Okay, you got it.
Ready? Are you ready?
No, I'm not ready. Wait, go ahead.
Meow.
Pudding.
Huh?
No, see, she didn't laugh. Watch this.
Bro, who's fucking meowing?
Watch this. Wait, stop meowing. Watch this. Bro, she'll laugh from this. Watch. Cancer. Bro, you ruined it. Oh my god, whatever. I don't care.
I think
Bro,
it's just.
Is that actually someone's cat meowing, or is that someone?
It is. My cat is meowing.
That's what I was saying, bro. Like, who the fuck's
Why
meowing?
would you say cancer, bro? Why would you say cancer?
Bro, cancel him.
It
He's making fun
doesn't
of
even matter.
cancer.
I'm not making
Bro,
fun
he's
of
making fun of Technoblade.
My grandpa had
Technoblade
cancer. My
Yeah,
grandpa.
Technoblade died of cancer.
My grandpa
You
died
think
from
cancer's
cancer.
funny?
Wait,
Yeah,
didn't
no.
your dog have cancer?
Wow, can't believe you do that type of shit.
Wait, what about?
Oh, peace and quiet. Oh. Oh, that feels so nice. Okay, let's go back.
Bro, my parents are gonna come home and all they're gonna hear is, "You're talking about Technoblade."
Are you guys high?
Nah, bro. Just having
Yeah,
fun.
I'm high on air. I'm high on air. It's fine.
Ah, okay.
I'm high on cables, bro.
I'm hanging from a tree.
Bro, you can't say that, bro.
Bro, I just pulled the fucking Logan Paul video.
Oh.
No, no, no.
They're too much, Rosie. I can't. What do I do? Let's put a poll in chat. No.
Bro, motherfucker said I'm hanging from a tree.
Bro,
Wait,
chill.
I don't know why- right now, you need to post that
You
video.
can't say that on stream. Shut up,
Who are you talking to?
bro. Bro, are you...
Ping, why can't you say that on stream?
Because it's against the rules.
You know
Yeah, I'm
why,
heading to the
bro.
tower.
Guys, I'm gonna make a
Yo.
Can't
poll.
lie, that was funny though.
Deafen them or nah? Deafen? Nah.
I think.
No!
We can
No,
just go
please.
to TOS. I mean,
Just ban one
TOS.
of them.
I mean, not TOS.
Choose who you want to ban.
Do you know?
Vote
I mean, you
yourself
said
out.
the
Bro, I have
craziest
the whole,
thing
I have the
so
old
far.
GameCube microphone.
Good
The,
for
like,
you.
the
Okay.
secret microphone
Really?
game, bro.
No.
So, deafen or nah? We got one for... we got two for deafen, one for nah.
Those are bullies.
We have more
Hey,
votes
yo,
for
people
deafen.
to VC, rig the poll.
Oh yeah, rig the poll. Rig the poll.
I have 2,100 accounts ready.
Oh. We got four. Okay,
My
people
phone's
really...
about to die.
Okay. No. It's not over yet. Vote for nah. Vote for
Wait,
nah.
Wait, what? What?
The
What's
poll
the
on
poll?
the poll
I'm
on
not
Twitch.
understanding.
Click it. Click. Vote no, so we don't
Y'all
get deafened.
too crazy.
We're gonna get deafened if you don't vote.
Democracy. It's a beautiful thing.
We need two more.
We're all communists, not democracy.
Well, I didn't
Bro,
vote yet.
communism.
So,
It is
I'm
inky.
myself out now.
No, you don't need to go.
One more.
Inky's mic is messed up, yeah. Listen, I don't mind either way as long as chat is having fun. So I go by the democracy. I'm not voting at all.
I'm pretty sure Pink voted 2 bots to vote yes.
I didn't vote at all.
I have proof that you did.
You don't, because I didn't.
He's a mod though.
I'm only
so you
having
can
fun
see
when
all
everyone's
that.
in pain. Same. All right, it's
Bro, everyone in VC is having fun.
yeah, but I don't care about that right now because I'm streaming.
But Ping, look, we're bringing content.
No, I
4 and
care.
4, Ping.
I care about
Hello?
that. Why are you
Hello?
yelling?
Where did I go?
Listen, I care about you guys
Where'd you
having
go,
fun,
Cotton
but I
Eye
care
Joe?
more about what chat wants. I'm a slave to
Janelle,
chat.
Vote for nah.
You voted deafen as a joke?
Oh, she. I
Well,
kind
Fine,
of
it's
fell.
you vote what you vote.
Oh.
It's 4v4, ladies and
Wait,
gentlemen.
We're in the game already?
Bro,
You
we
didn't qualify. Hello.
yeah, because Nathan wasn't playing.
Yeah, because you were doing this. You're doing the democracy.
I
What
voted deafen as not
democracy?
joke.
Yeah. Not our fault.
No, if you vote with an alt, I'm banning it. I could see who votes.
Oh, no, I didn't know.
You don't know all of his
I had
alts,
your
Ping.
screen closed.
Ah,
all
it
of his
looks like deafen won.
You cheater!
I could vote. I'm part of the democracy, am I not?
No,
I'm sad now.
no, the
I'm
president should
gonna
not
cry.
see that.
I'll keep them both, okay? I'll go back and forth with deafening and not.
Yeah, when you talk to chat, deafen, but just don't stay deafen. That's poopy stinky.
You're poopy stinky.
Oh,
He's a
Yeah, we're bringing the content.
that's bullying.
yes, and I just
I'm a
bullied you.
child. I'm a child.
Oh,
Good.
That's
Get
child
bullied.
bullying.
Get bullied. We're
Did
gonna
I
play.
die? Wait.
Bro, we didn't. We got
Bullying.
eliminated. Different every
Oh.
other round. How about this? We'll play one last game. If we win, I won't deafen. If we lose,
You know you're gonna lose.
Oh, this sucks, bro.
No,
This
I'm
is
gonna
too much
try. I'm
pressure.
gonna
This is
try.
Too much pressure.
it's literally a team effort. If
Well,
we
people
lose,
just crowd
This-
control you.
This is pressure. This is too much pressure.
well,
No, I can't do this.
well, after you said that, they will. But I'm not the only one on the team. All right. If we win, then I will not deafen. If we lose, then we're gonna watch Jubilee deafened, and then I'll come back after stream and end stream. Yeah, if we lose Jubilee, basically.
I'm leaving stream.
Well, that's not that bad then if you lose.
Yeah, if we lose, we watch Jubilee.
And then you
No.
undeafen after.
And then I go eat food, and then I come back and undeafen. Yeah.
Bro, you take years to eat
Bro,
food,
I take like
bro.
1 to 2 hours.
No,
bro.
no,
I take
no,
1
no,
to 2
you
hours.
literally take years.
I take one.
What
Listen,
the fuck
bro.
are you eating?
Cause I'm eating while watching YouTube, bro. I want to watch YouTube.
What do you eat? What do you
YouTube.
eat?
I eat tomatoes with onions and cheese and peanuts.
Nah,
That looks-
nah,
that
you're
sounds
not
nice,
eating
not gonna
that
lie.
type of shit.
Right?
You
Thank
eat
you.
freaking
It sounds like
It
period,
sounds nice.
not period
It
food,
sounds
pregnant
nice.
food.
Not the pregnant food. Are you pregnant?
Not sure
Oh my
yet.
God.
I am
Congratulations.
Pig's pregnant.
I'm pregnant with your
Oh
child.
damn.
With whose child?
Mine?
Dinel's.
Wait. Oh, okay.
Timmy.
I was about to
Nailed it,
say.
Timmy.
Timmy, I can't say that to you for another 4
No,
years.
Ping, you literally said it right after I said something.
No, he didn't. What are you talking about? You're delusional.
Ping is pregnant. I am. I'm
Kidding.
pregnant.
I'm kidding.
I wish
Ping
I
is
was
I'm
not
joking. I'm
pregnant.
joking.
Okay, we
I'm
get it.
Ping's delusional.
Damn. Yo, Ping.
Where's
How old?
Dinel?
Yes,
I miss
actually, I'm
Dinel.
Ping, how old are you?
I miss Dinel.
37.
Oh, damn.
No,
So
I'm not
Ping was
27. You think I'm
Ping was
27?
38.
pregnant when he was 27? Damn.
Bro, he's 38.
No, he is 25.
Oh, damn. So he got pregnant before he was born.
Mm.
What?
Damn. Who did that to you, Ping?
Shimmy.
Chimichangas.
Yeah,
Damn.
Must
he's
be
seven.
tough, bro.
He's
It
70
must be
years
tough.
old. Nah, I kind of like it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
I get to
Like,
ask-
that's
Have
how
you ever
excited
thought
are.
that there's some people that had a kid when they're like 8 years old?
Yeah.
Fun fact, the youngest person to ever get pregnant was 5 years old.
Yeah, that's too
Lord
old,
have mercy.
bro.
Oh my God,
That's
these
too
balls
old.
are hitting me.
Hey,
Whoa, what?
Shouldn't think before speaking, bro.
I swear,
I did it on purpose.
anytime Inky is in the VC, I feel like I'm back in high school. Every time, without fail. And it's not bad, but it's just like...
Nah, bro, this is like more like elementary school, bro. These
Nah.
balls are hitting me in the face.
Yeah.
Everyone starts laughing.
Where'd Dinell go? I miss
He
him.
left because you said you're gonna ban him.
Did I?
Yeah.
Janelle, I miss
This
you.
is why you bully
Where
people.
are
Hey,
you?
why you bully people, eh?
Ping bullied people away. That's why he
No
doesn't have
wonder why he should have
a thousand
fucking
viewers
called
yet,
me.
bro. He
Bring
bullies
that-
everyone away.
Not me though. Lol.
Well, you just
I
gave
mean,
it
Well,
away.
you're the
we
reason
kind
why.
of bullied Ping so you would stay.
Yeah.
That's
You're
kind of how
new.
it happened.
You'll be bullied away. Don't worry. I don't bully Rosie or
What
Mook
did you
or
say?
Oak
What did
or
you say?
Jimmy. What did I say?
Oh no,
What did
you
who
bullied him
say?
also.
Yeah, sometimes.
We bullied Ping whenever we raid someone.
But that's fun.
We call him women hater.
That's true.
I
I haven't
mean,
been
that
bullied
way he
away yet.
is.
You see, Oak doesn't get bullied away because I like Oak.
Oh, that because
Ping
we're
literally
bullying
can't
people
raid any
also.
female now. Because
Yes,
any
I
female
can't.
he raids.
You guys are so weird. Stop.
No.
Look,
y'all,
if
he
we
can
raid
do it whenever
if
he
we raid a
wants to.
if we raid a female that's as cool as Inky, then it'll be fine. But
You better hope they are as cool as Inky.
should Dinell
Or
join
you're gonna
VC?
get banned.
Oh, yo, wait. Everyone in BC vote. Dinell's doing the poll.
Oh, someone voted no.
Wait, what was the poll?
Don't
If
worry.
Dinell
to join
should
VC.
rejoin VC.
Nathan, play the game. Unless you want
And
Jubilee.
my fault. To the poll, I have to vote. I am democracy, not communist. Democracy, yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
I'm definitely not a spy.
Stupid, bro.
Why are you so scared of being called a communist? You commie
Because look
bastard.
how all communist parties have failed.
Ah!
Have you seen what
No.
happened to Soviet Union?
Ah! No!
Have you seen
Ping,
what
you
happened to
suck at Fall
Stalin?
Guys.
You know what else Never mind.
Don't finish that sentence.
I didn't. I was hoping for 0 no's.
Hey, finish it.
Yo, I don't
Bro,
think we're gonna win. So
I-
like, R.I.P. R.I.P.
Wow, such confidence. You
Hey, why
voted
don't you
no?
finish that sentence?
Aw, why don't you want Dinell in? Alright, well,
Wait,
Dinell,
what? Who?
democracy won. You have to come back in now.
Yay!
Yay, even more funny.
I also
Even
didn't
more
read the
funny.
question. Oh. He didn't read the question, though. And then the other vote was probably you or Moog. So pretty much everyone wants you back in. You guys ever sucked on a...
On a
Inky-
popsicle?
That's
Yeah.
you. You're the only thing
Yeah.
that sucks in here. Literally.
I
and figuratively.
have.
You've sucked on a peepee?
What?
Yeah.
Cool. I tried to
okay.
suck on my
Just
own, but
not
it...
losing.
My god, your voice is like a robot.
Mine?
Hey, yo, that's the best part, though.
Mine?
Yeah. No, now it's okay. It goes on and off with robot-y.
My Wi-Fi is
Excuse me.
background. Sorry.
All right, see ya,
sorry.
Oak. Have a great one. And
Bye, Oak.
let me know when you wax the rest of your leg, I guess.
Why would you want to know, Ping?
Because I want to know like how it feels.
But then you wax your arms? I have the clips of it.
Arm and legs are different, are they not?
They are
No,
different.
but
Yeah.
you are
Alrighty
a
then.
cock.
I am a what?
You heard what they said, boy. I'm not repeating it.
I honestly didn't. You are a cock, you said?
Nope.
Well, I have one.
I
It's
mean, that's
average
not true.
size.
That's fake news.
That is fake news. Fake news. I don't know how to do that. Fake news.
Janelle. How you doing?
Good thing nobody clipped it.
You good? Hello,
Dinell doesn't like Mexicanos.
women. They don't like. He don't like. She don't. He don't. He don't.
He doesn't
women?
like women. That's why he's my mom.
Ah,
Damn,
Shinga.
Ping.
Why do you think we don't have a woman mod? Because no one asked,
Well, sucks
honestly.
I mean, did we have a women mod? Oh wait, never
I
mind. That
kind
was
of
just
died.
you.
That was just me. You died? Oh, I almost died. We're still winning. We're still winning. It's okay.
Yeah,
Ah!
I died.
Oh.
Spectate me.
Why did you do that? Why did you?
So that I don't need to look at the rhinos and I could read chat and see Rosie saying, bruh. Ah! I would make Rosie. Ah! Fuck.
Oh shit.
I would make Rosie a mod probably in the future if she would want to be. I hate
Wait, but
Mexicans
didn't you
or
say you're not
swords.
going to mod a woman?
I was joking. It's a joke.
No wonder why
Can you
you.
mod me?
No. You're Mexican.
Okay.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
I'm
Dinel's
not
literally a
Mexican.
mod. I know, but you're Hispanic, so it's like the same thing. So like,
It's not.
I'm joking.
But okay.
I'm joking.
Damn.
Damn, that you actually took offense. I'm
I'm going to
sorry.
report painful
I'm
racism.
only kidding. Go on.
Wait, what are you?
My parents are from Guatemala.
Oh, that's cool.
Rosie
Di-
from
Yeah.
Mod.
Is that BK? BK will never be mod.
BK. BK.
Rosie number one.
Is she chat?
Who's that?
Who is saying that?
It-
Who is that?
It's she's probably in VC. It literally sounds like BK. Do you guys not hear her?
B.
No, it sounds like one of those damn bots that
Huh?
people use.
Sucks.
Oh my god, Yo, that sounds like BK. Holy shit.
No, it does not.
Yeah, it does. You're reading messages from
Discord or what?
Discord and it sounds, oh my god, that's crazy.
You
Imagine
can- you
Dinel
can
not being
literally
able to
hear
write
it
mod
through the
comments.
thing.
Yeah, I could hear it. They could hear it too.
That's weird.
Everyone can hear it. Thank
Oh,
you
that's
for
only on my
requesting.
PC. That's only like. Sorry.
No, it's
I
okay.
am Moog.
Thank you for requesting the song. It's a good song. I mean, I know you
Hello,
like
Moog.
it, so.
Wait, didn't you die?
No. I mean, yeah, but we qualified because our team is God.
Oh no.
I'm not in the game.
Hey, Pink.
Why'd
you're
you
not
leave the
God.
game?
I didn't.
Pink!
I'm literally
You, that was your
skipping.
fault. That was not me.
That's your fault.
I did nothing.
You destroyed the damn platform. I'm about to jump to.
No, well, I'm sorry.
You are
I thought-
a betrayer to the team.
I thought you knew that I was gonna jump there, so I thought you were just gonna jump there faster, and it was just gonna be a jump king. Ah.
Nope.
Okay.
Oh,
Well.
you
Oh, dang, you
teammate.
dead.
Team
Lol.
killer.
Hello. Wait, who's last? Moog. Let's go, Moog. Let's go, Rosie. What?
Vanilla
What'd
and
you say?
chocolate.
No, that's not Moog. It's Moog talking. I don't think that's Moog talking.
Chocolate. Let's go.
Yo, let's go! Let's go! I gotta deafen
Oh,
y'all.
didn't we won?
Oh no, wait. I don't deafen you. Never mind. Oh.
Yay!
Good job, Moog.
Moog.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Let's go.
Moog MVP.
Literally.
Moog MVP. Ha.
That's
job.
funny. That's funny because I missed the hay. I missed the hay.
Huh?
Nothing.
And Kay, are you mad at me?
No. What happens if I was mad at you?
Then I would cry.
Oh, it's okay. No, I'm not mad at you. Why? Why do you think I'm mad at you?
I wouldn't cry. I would laugh at your face. I'm just joking. I had Jubilee video ready. Nice. No, because you
Oh
didn't
my
laugh.
God.
You didn't laugh at something I said, so I thought I said something
Which
wrong.
one was it?
I
Which
don't
one
know.
is it?
I don't know.
Oh, sorry. I'll laugh at it next time.
Thank you. It's just fake laughs so
You're
that people in chat think I'm funnier, and then I get like more viewers and everything.
Oh my
Not
god.
funny.
There you go, exactly like that. You're not funny, bro. Are you trolling me? Are you jumping in and out of chat?
Who?
Or Dinel is like reading. I'm so confused.
No, he's doing the freaking bot.
It sounds
video.
like
I mean, the
BK.
voice.
Does
No,
not
it's
sound like
not.
BK.
It kind of
does not
does.
sound like BK.
It kind
No,
of
it does not.
does. Well, with my headphones. Well, with my headset. Oh, okay. Yeah, Jubilee video ready. All right, let's vote.
I'm gonna be a big weenie.
Ooh, okay.
He's not MVP.
Moog is MVP. What bot?
Yeah, she is.
There, you could click a thing. Yeah, you could click a thing on on Discord and then like press speak, and you could hear the message being played.
Moog, when do you want to play?
Wait, why is
Our
Nathan
truck?
playing a game?
Nathan, we're waiting for you.
I think he left.
Oh. On and on and on, and it goes on
Ping.
and on,
Ping, 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 ping.
yeah. What? How do I
Hi.
get Nathan out? Hi. I like the video. All right, should we just go to Jubilee, guys?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
Sorry, Mook. You are the
I
reason
leave.
that we won.
I leave.
Are you speaking
leave.
to your immigrant mom or something? What are you saying? Sorry, that was mean.
Yeah, fuck you, immigrants.
You know what, Ping?
I know I could
You
say
know
that
what,
to you because I know
Ping?
you're chill. So that's why I said it, okay? I wouldn't say that to anyone, okay?
Say that
it's
to mine.
Oh, am I special?
yeah, special ed. Ah, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. but I'm just saying. Jubilee.
What's Jubilee?
You don't know what
So we're
Jubilee
doing-
is? Oh my god.
No, I don't.
Yeah, I'm gonna deafen you
Playing
guys.
Overcooked now.
Oh, you guys play Overcooked? I'm gonna deafen.
Okay,
What-
definitely.
What's what?
And,
What's
I'll be back
what's
later.
Jubilee? Okay.
You'll see.
What?
It's just
Okay, let me.
Yeah, you'll see. You'll see.
Go into stream. Go into stream.
Okay, I'm gonna go stream.
Wait,
Oh wow.
you haven't
Come
been on
Luke.
stream?
I need a yes.
Wow.
Huh?
All right, I deafened them. I think it's fun if the person you're playing with can carry me, because I suck. Overcooked makes me mad stressed too, but it's really fun. I've been waiting for you to ask. Alright.
Cheese nips.
Oh my. I already know this is going to be a good one, but in a bad way. I'm going to sing the rest of it. Just because I paused it. Yeah, I don't remember the words. Jubilee. Ping 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 ping. Oh, your keyboard's messed up. No worries, no worries. Ping 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 ping. Oh, I heard myself twice. Okay, we're gonna watch Jubilee. It's just a 10-minute video, and then I'm gonna link a new YouTube video. Even if you don't care about it, just watch it for me, please. Just watch and like and comment for the algorithm, and then just click on a random video, and because the algorithm, that's how it works. And just please, you can't hear anything. Oh.
You asked for it.
Stick around to the end. We love talking to you guys. Enjoy this
Stick around till the end, and new YouTube video.
episode of Spectrum Men.
I like the way the old school ways work. They did work. We just messed it up.
So that's important to you to be.
Oh, this is deep. This is deep. Let me order food and then we play. Aw, I can't wait to parlay. Pelly and parlay. They don't know English. Pong, 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 pong. I like pong better because it's coming from Rosie. Anyway, let's just...
Like the breadwinner?
I'm the caretaker of society.
Damn. We're gonna do this too. Let's do it too. All right. 6 men. He's giggling. These guys don't look as cool as I do. Oh! Oh! Oh no. Can I watch a different video? I'm just joking. Still grinding for soul? Damn, Mac. You got this, bro. But also, I have worried about the size of my penis. Only when she said it was average. I'm not gonna lie. I was like... And then my friend was like, I got a big one. Girls like big ones always. Big one, big one. I'm like, I'm gonna say slightly agree with this one. Did you eat scooch? Slightly agree. Bro, don't lie. They're gonna lie. The second guy is gonna lie. 100% he's gonna lie. This guy? You could see it in his face. This guy's laughing because he knows he's worried about it. He might lie too, actually. Average? What is average? 5.65 inches. I'm just joking. I don't remember. But she said it was average. I measured it. I remember it being pretty average. Maybe a little above. I don't really remember, to be honest. But she said it was average. 0.5%? Oh, shit. That's a big grind.
Oh, my God.
You see? He's slightly lying. This guy's completely lying, okay? He's completely lying.
This is a good question. I like this.
Strongly agree. Honesty is the worst policy. Why would you say that, bro? All the girls are not going to go after you now. Jesus.
It's just a normal
Jubilee.
thing to be worried about. Like when you're growing up, like you're like, am I normal? You know?
when you're growing up. You still worry about it, bro.
Yeah, like.
I hate this. I guess like when I was younger, I was like, whoa, is this normal?
All right, you know what I would say? Who cares what they say, okay? I would be like, I slightly agree because a girl told me mine was average once, and that made me a bit self-conscious. And then one of my best friends said he has a big pee-pee, and that girls like big pee-pees, so that's my story. That's what I would say.
This is not, but like...
Am I normal? Bro.
Eventually, I was
Jubilee.
like, I'm fine.
I feel like this whole conversation is just like bringing to my awareness how impressionable and like how much of our lives and our masculinity is defined by when we're kids. When everybody's like, oh, you gotta have a big dick, you gotta have a big dick. And
all right, bro. If you got a micro pee-pee, like, yes, you're gonna be self-conscious about your pee-pee. It doesn't matter what society thinks. You got a micro pee-pee, bro. It's micro, okay? Like, there's a point where it matters.
all you see is like, only time you see a dick is on porn, and it's like,
Hell yeah, Mac. That was bad timing, but vacation starts. Redrum? What is a redrum?
Like 14 inches, then it's like, well, mine doesn't look like that.
Yeah.
Then
Does anyone literally watch porn? Let's go. Mills, what's up? How you doing? Does anyone actually watch porn and see a 14-inch pee-pee and go like, oh, mine is not that big? Like, do you actually think that's the... Bing bong. I've never looked at that and been like, I'm scared. This is your favorite? Nice.
And of course
Bing
you're gonna
bong.
like start thinking about it versus
Redrum? Red rum? I don't know what you're saying, Rosie. I don't know.
I'm actually changing my answer.
Oh, someone. Oh, I told you. I told you. I told you. This guy's a liar. I literally called it. Bro, there's no way that you're all the way here. They all lied. They're all liars. Jubilee. I agree with Inky. That was bullshit. That was bullshit. The emote is my favorite. Changing answer. They all. You paid attention? They all went from disagree to agree. They agree that they're self-conscious about their pee-pee size, bro. Everyone is. You have delay? What's up? Wait, no. Pants on fire.
I changed my mind because what he said was, it made a lot of sense because I remember the first time I saw porno and I saw a black guy's penis, I was like, I'm not like that.
Can't say that on Twitch, bro. Can't say that on Twitch.
As I got older, I perfected my craft. I've never had a problem with women. It has nothing to do with the penis. It's all about, it's not.
Can't say nothing. You could say penis size matters, but you can make up for it in different ways. I think that's more accurate and more truthful. You can't say it doesn't matter. That's just lying to yourself because you're insecure about your pee-pee size. That's what I think. TMI a little.
The size of the boat, it's the motion of the ocean. You just love a woman, you embrace each other, and it's just, I've never had a problem with a woman since then.
I think for younger guys, this is the concern that I'm realizing is like, maybe if these discussions were more open.
It's not about younger guys, it's about you. We want to know if you think small pee-pee is okay.
About size and whatever, and that really over time it all becomes okay.
Ocean of the ocean.
It's fine. Maybe that would help a lot.
They're all liars. Yeah, that made me. Oh, I have said that before. Motion of the ocean. Wait, what? A man should pay for the first date? I would just regular disagree, because there's some people who would prefer the guy to pay. So it depends on the circumstance, I feel. But obviously I think splitting it halfway is the best. Did you get the CD? What CD? You're gonna make some dick joke. Welcome back, Mac. I say it just depends on who asks first. Yeah, like it's a dependent thing, but I would say just disagree, because I would say it depends, but also like sometimes they should, depending on the circumstance. Like if you're going out with a girl who you're gonna be arranged marriage to in a very traditional setting, then maybe, but I would prefer to probably split in half. But I would probably pay. But that's not because I'm man, that's because that's how I am. Gamer, what's up? Both should pay equality, right? It depends on the people. CD's nuts. Oh! That was a good one. You're on wave 22. Good job, bro. I would offer to pay, but not because it's a man-girl thing, because I just would feel, I would feel better if I paid. But then if she's like, no, it's okay, then I'll be like, all right, let's split it. Like it wouldn't be a big deal. Let's go. I would say disagree. What would you guys say? Learned from the best. Instagram poll. Half of the people agreed. Wow.
I like the way the old school ways work. They did work.
Gamer.
We just messed it up.
So that's important to you to like take that leadership role?
Tradition.
To be like the breadwinner?
Yeah, that's what I said, pretty much. Like, I can see it being tradition with some girls and in some circumstances, but like generally I would personally want to, but I don't feel like men should pay. I don't think it matters much. Like, traditionally, if you look back, like, woman was like housewife and stuff, right? Like, so they weren't making money even though they were working. Now it's like a very different world. But even back then, I would like, yeah, it's pretty much what I said before. Back to work, nice. See these ads. My record, bro. I didn't time you out. You're fine. As soon as he said these nuts, an ad started.
Winner.
Wait, an ad started? I don't see an ad. You see, this is what Twitch is so weird. Look. Excuse me. Ad starts in 40 minutes. I'm going to snooze it. So it starts in 45 minutes. But you got an ad. That's so weird. Anyway.
I'm the caretaker of society.
My sub ran out.
I don't even like seeing it this way. Once you give the woman the power, then you just demasculated yourself. I want to stick to what's made.
This guy, bro, these guys are like, oh, what is he saying? This is not the right thing to say. They should have gotten like 2 or 3 people that are on opposite sides. I feel like this is too one-sided, but right when he said that, sad.
Me happy, and my grandparents, my parents, I'm just gonna stick with it because it works. It's not perfect, but it works.
Okay,
man, plain and simple.
I think I don't know. I think we're just getting in dangerous
Oh, they're on opposite sides.
territory when we start talking about chivalry. At the end of the day, it's like, yo, baby, if you want to pay for this, like, there is no hierarchy here. Like, if you want to pay for this, and maybe next time I'm like, I just got a check, so I'll pay for it.
Wasn't this the first meal though?
Yeah, the first one.
Yeah, it was
you only get
first
one
date.
chance to make a first impression.
That's true.
What does it matter if it's a girl or a guy? It's 2019.
It's 2022, bro. Post-COVID, or in COVID, technically still, but.
And your logic shouldn't be, like, no disrespect, like, oh, because my grandpa did it and it worked for him, then it works for me.
But that's I think that's a dumb argument. Like, I mean, I don't think it's a dumb argument, but I don't think that's the way you convince someone. Like, I agree. If it works for someone you know, that doesn't mean it's going to work for you. But at the same time, like, if you're trying to convince someone about something, you don't... I don't think that's the way. Because it's like... That's how people are, right? Like, if something works for you in life because... You know, if your parents raised you a certain way, and they've instilled you with certain values in your environment, then that's gonna stick with you, and you might implement those same strategies because it worked for them raising you, right? So you might raise your children in a similar way. Like, I get what he's saying, but I don't know if that's the best way to convince the guy. Bro, stuck in the past, 2019, I know, right?
If she's not gonna date me that second time because I didn't pay for her, I think I dodged a bullet.
Yeah, I mean, for that guy, like, that's how it is. Pre-COVID. Well, wait, what month is this? Yeah, pre-COVID. Oh. Yo, what's up, Nico? That was funny, bro. His face, like, I don't know. I'm not gonna lie, I would make the same face. Because it's like, yeah, I would probably say slightly agree. Because, like, Me Too, I think it was good. But I think, like, certain parts of it, like pushing for... Anytime you push for something to happen without evidence, I don't think that's good. Even if that thing happened, it's like, you need to have evidence. And I feel like that got jumbled up with Me Too, so I would say slightly agree. COVID was the reason I met Pink. COVID is the reason I'm streaming. So yeah, I wouldn't have met any of you guys. Isn't that crazy?
Be real. Be real.
Yeah. I am not gonna play Tower Fantasy. No. Nathan is though. Yeah,
At first, when I saw it, you know, and talking to my friends, and family, a lot of people in the South, they're like, these women should have spoke up a long time ago. And then I had to like step aside and really process it for myself and be like,
that's not even the problem I personally have with it. Oh, look at this. People are gonna talk about this guy like an asshole soon. I was a bored boy on YouTube in between classes, and now you're a bored boy on Twitch.
like, you know
And
what?
YouTube, maybe.
She didn't feel comfortable, and she wasn't in a society, in a place where it was acceptable for her to say anything about it. So now that they have the platform and the ability, I'm like, that's amazing. Speak your truth.
What do you tell a child who is accused of rape by a woman, has his whole life destroyed, and then people just go,
There's always going to be people that take advantage
Yeah.
of it. It's not going to be perfect. We're figuring it out as we go, but I think it's done more good than it's done bad.
I think we get to acknowledge.
Honestly, actually, I think I would stay in the middle for this one because I've never looked into it enough. It's such a messy thing. Like, it's such a sad thing, right? Like, if someone gets raped and they want to like talk about it years later, if you don't have evidence, it's sad if they actually did get raped, and it's sad if they didn't, because either way, like someone gets harmed, and so it's like, I don't know what the cost-benefit analysis is. I don't know if more people were helped by it. I assume more people were, but I don't actually know, so I would probably stay in the middle here.
The bad though. Like I think,
Yeah,
like
of course.
that's why I'm doing like this thing is like for us to say like, oh, he did that to me, and all of a sudden now we've like vindicated, that guy is like vilified. Like there is no chance of like him having a say in the conversation.
Yeah, like you guys saying I hate women.
Trial
get to
by
have a
mob
conversation
is
every
not
time.
good. Like this mob mentality is bad. I
Yeah.
agree with that, but I don't think that's exclusive to the Me Too movement.
But we're using it right now to say, oh, that person is bad. Oh, fuck that person. There's no further conversations being had.
Like, I think, honestly, it seems like most of these people are like on the extremes of this
happening.
subject.
If it's a movement to say, yes, okay, this hierarchy we've created of men and women, which is a result of the way men are expected to act, that women are expected to act. Let's have those conversations and everything changes, and I'll be over there all fucking day.
I wish I was there to say something. Not because I think I don't know. I would be like, it's complex because of evidence. Because evidence is hard to gather for these types of situations. So it's very hard to tell, you know, how much benefit there is to the cost of the Me Too movement. That's what I would say. If someone actually ran the numbers or figured out quantitatively like how many people suffered because of it, but even then it's hard because you don't know how many people wouldn't have spoken up if it weren't for the Me Too movement. So I was like, it's like an impossible task to figure out. I love how no one is saying anything. It's like you're all holding back stuff. Undeafen. All right, I deafened.
Toxic masculinity is overblown. 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Overblown. Wait, what?
Over this monkey.
Overblown. What is that? Can you use a different word?
Yeah.
Wow. That's something I think very differently than these people. I would agree with that. But I don't know. It's like it's in your circles, right? So in my circles, if it feels like it's overblown, is that what reality is? Like, I don't know. Maybe it's not blown up enough.
Monkey do okay. Monkey do pretty okay.
Yeah, I think I just
guess.
somewhat agree that it's blown out of proportion because I think what happens with social media is a group of people coin a term and now we're all painted by it.
Like we are not in like a post, I don't know, like rape culture world, you know, like women are being catcalled every day. And so like men are still, I think, seen or experienced as like a predatory presence to women. So like that's why I just don't think it's like overblown. I think it's just, it's new.
If we were good.
It's funny how much, sorry for interrupting so much, but it's funny how many things I feel like all of us as people have positions on, but we don't actually know. It's based off our personal experience. Like it's from what I see, like it feels overblown but in reality, it could not be. Maybe it's not. Like, we don't really use studies to figure out what the truth is. We kind of just like I'm saying this like me too, like me included. But
men,
I don't know.
There wouldn't be
That's why I don't have strong positions on a lot of these
feminists. They wouldn't be attacking us. They wouldn't be hating us.
Well, the PP size I do, because that relates to my personal experience.
PP undefined PLSP.
No, I just did. Anyone?
You have a lot of guys who don't want to commit to marriage. You have a lot of guys who catcall. So yes, men have become toxic. And once again, I have to be consistent with all my beliefs and all my morals. I'm very traditional.
He's so interesting. I thought he wasn't interesting, but now he did something that's against what like is the norm for people who think the way he does so far, or at least the perceived way that he thinks.
I see what you're saying, but the way you're framing it, like this word moral is kind of.
Wait, did I?
But the way you're framing it, like this word moral is kind of.
It's a monkey.
You don't know what that is anymore, though. That's
well, it's like it sounds like you're saying like it's men's job to be like the moral compass of society.
It is.
No. I think it's everyone's job.
It's everybody's, but men, if men want to coin themselves as the leaders, you have to hold up to the good and the bad.
That's part of the problem, though. Like that's what I think toxic masculinity, or it's putting too
yeah, but you were cursing at me, so I had to deafen. You know.
Much pressure on yourself. I mean, it's very obvious that we're grappling with like the history and the damage of like.
I love how everyone's trying to avoid this because it's like. No, I told you, Nico, I will not be playing it. No.
What a world completely run by men does to us.
But thanks for asking again.
We're talking about toxic masculinity.
Damn, he's like, I got him. I hate when people talk like, I hope I don't do this. Like smugly. I hope I don't do that.
Showing my emotions. 3.
Nathan plays it though, Nico.
1. Go.
I don't know, Moo. Wait, what was the question?
3. I am comfortable.
I would stay in the middle for this one. This is such a weird question. Showing my emotions to who? I don't like showing my emotions. I like expressing my emotions, but not in front of people. I don't like to. I like to do it alone. I guess I would say disagree. Because he's a goofy one. No MMO for ping pong. Yeah. Oh, it's MMO? I didn't know that.
3, 2, 1, go.
Just showing emotions in general. Oh, then I would say strongly agree. Like, I cry from anime. But I wouldn't tell someone I cry from anime. Actually, I guess I would. I'm telling you guys right now. I wouldn't cry from... I would try to hide my tears if I'm crying from something in front of someone. Interesting.
It's been like harped upon me for years that like showing my emotions were bad. And like me trying not to be gay, I'm like, no, like I don't want to show these emotions because I'm not gay. I can't be gay. Like I'm not supposed to be gay. Like the church tells me, my dad tells me, my mom tells me, everybody's telling me I'm not supposed to be gay. So like just understanding that at 25, now 26, like I'm over here like, okay,
25.
like, oh, you're insecure. Okay, that's what that feels like. Oh, you're sad. That's what that feels like. I can now be aware of those
That's pretty cool that he's opening up
things, but to show them to other people right now is like really hard for me.
I don't think showing that to other people is normal. I think he's probably fine. Unless his goal is to show that to other people. Like, I'm fine with not crying in front of people and not being vulnerable in front of people as much as I could be. Because, like, I like dealing with my emotions alone. And then talking to people and, like, just talking and getting the thoughts out, that helps me. I like secluding the emotions away personally, but I feel censored.
No, I said you're fine.
It's okay. I
Or look at
understand.
that. You're fucked though.
You're fucked up. You fucked up.
What are they saying?
Like I'm very verbally like about my emotions with my wife, but I wouldn't agree completely because I'm not like that with anyone else. I mean, I just
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like some like isn't it pretty normal to not be completely vulnerable in front of everyone? You know, that's That's why the question was a bit weirdly phrased for me. Unless we take it like how Rosie said. They messed up? I don't know. We'll go to them after stream.
Just failed a college class and I was crying about it to my wife, but no one else at school saw me cry.
Yeah, like I think that's normal. I mean, I don't cry to people. I like to keep it to myself, but I'll express my thoughts on the subject to people, if that makes sense. Like if I feel shitty because of something, I'll talk to people because that helps me. But I'll cry alone, or I'll like get mad alone because I don't want other people to like experience that with me.
You know, I specifically texted my wife, make sure the kids are asleep by the time I come home, because I just knew I was gonna be like, as soon as I stepped through that threshold to my house, I was just gonna let go, and I didn't want.
Yeah, I have a similar thing, and I don't know if it's right or wrong if I should express that with other people. I don't know what you guys think about that, but I mean, half of you guys are just doing this. Oh, they're quiet. They're actually quiet. Okay. Never mind. I lied.
Want them to see that. But like the next day I sat down and I had that conversation.
Nico, I'm not playing other games. I'm playing Pokemon a lot now. But thank you. Zenless Zone Zero. Sounds interesting. What is it about?
I'm like, hey, I just want to let you guys know, you know, your dad didn't pass this class, and they're like, oh, are you okay? And I'm like, yeah, of course.
You
know,
just
like,
cry in front of your kids, man. I remember.
Yeah, cry in front of kids. I don't know.
Like seeing my dad cry for the first time when his mom died, and I remember like imprinting that in my mind as like, wow, you know, like my dad can be upset, and that was like an important thing to witness.
It's reality, emotion.
Yeah, it's real.
Like I get that, but like, it's showing how vulnerable you are, and I feel like in life, you shouldn't always show your vulnerability. But I guess sometimes it's probably fine, right?
I was raised by two parents that I never ever saw cry. The effect that had on me was by the time one of them passed away very suddenly,
I didn't cry.
I didn't really seem to be affected at all. So I've actually had to do a lot of therapy on that. This thing about masculinity not.
But I don't think not crying is a bad thing either. Unless you're holding it in, right? It's fine to show probably some. Yeah.
Being able to show your.
But like you could show emotions without crying. I feel like crying is such a powerful thing. Like you could still show emotion and stuff without crying. Not over excessively to the point people think you're over dramatic. Yeah, for sure. Nathan, I'm gonna time you out.
Your emotions is very bad. It puts us backwards in society, and we need to be thinking about how to tap into our emotions in a healthy way together.
Thank you for saying in your truth, brother.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Great job, man.
You too. Nice hearing from you.
All right.
I cried during band camp. I think you had a good enough reason to cry though. That's like going to boot camp and like everyone's like working really hard that you're crying without even like, unless you legit just, I don't know. For me, it feels weird to cry in front of other people.
I gotta be honest, I'm actually the one who submitted the penis nice question.
Unless I'm watching anime for an anime reactions thing.
Oh, thank you, Ian, for your suggestion. Sure. Thank you to everyone else who also submitted.
Welcome back to me. I'll be back soon, Nathan. Don't worry. Don't worry. Just chill. That was an interesting video. Not much insight from you guys, but that's okay. Some insight from some of you, but I know some of you are just like in your own world high on life right now, so this is fine. This feels a bit weird. You guys want to watch the new video? Check it out. Another one? That was the last one, don't worry. Oh, another YouTube video? Yes. But yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for the Jubilee suggestion. It's always fun to watch Jubilee for me. I legit cried because my director kept saying to us, "Are you ready to go home?" when there was a small COVID outbreak at the camp last day or two. Oh, okay. Sure. Yeah, so, yeah, thanks for the cheers, Chimmy. Thanks for the sub, Dinell, Zizi, and Moog. I appreciate it. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. We're probably gonna do some community-based stuff. Maybe we'll make our own cult. Probably some Poke MMO and just chilling, you know? I'm not sure exactly what yet, but it doesn't reset. It's supposed to reset every stream, but it doesn't. That's why the credits are longer than they should be. I have to fix the credits. Let me write that as a note. But yeah. You forgot the password? Oh, okay. Waiting for my PC to get better speed to resubmit. Wait. To resubmit what? Bye, Ping Monkey. Before you guys leave, why you guys keep calling me Monkey? Watch the video if you want to support.
Goodbye.
Before I leave. No, we're not rating anyone.
See you next time.
I'm just gonna put we're not okay. We're not rating anyone. I'm just gonna put the video in chat. If you guys want to check it out, if you want to support me, even if you don't want to check it out, I would really appreciate it. And time of this record. Not a crazy video. It's like 2-minute video. And yeah, thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. And it was great to see you back, Rosie. Bye-bye. Have a great one. Nice meat outfit. Okay.